You guys having fun today? I know we have an awesome show for you guys today. Lots of awesomeness. Goodness gracious. I'm going to introduce Isabella in a second, but I just wanted to let you guys know that I know it's been a crazy year. Okay? I know we've gone through a lot of craziness, and I know we've had loved ones that have come and gone, even people that before their time, right? I just want you guys to know that it's difficult in these times, to go through it. We all signed up for it. It seems really cool, like it was a cruise or something. Go to Earth, sign up. Couple pandemics and an ascension later, you got it. And we're like, well, how long do I get in the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s? You're like, oh, you're going to have a great childhood, but then it's going to suck. So, we're doing good. Just know that I'm here with you guys. You know what I mean? We're all here together. We're all going through this stuff together, brother. And I want you guys to know that it's your heart is what all of you guys are checked on all the time. How much data processing can they handle at night? What's their energy flow? What's their emotional stability? How many people can they help, right? My whole thing is that you guys are the beacons of light on this planet. The funny thing is when you're in 3D, you don't really realize that yet. You're like, who am I? I see things in my room. Mom, I had a dream I was on a spaceship. And then all of a sudden, you're on YouTube, right? Just like, what is this? What is a Merkaba? What is ascension? What are all these things? What is detox? What is gluten intolerant? What are all these things? What's a GMO? It goes on for like 5 years. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden you start hearing like, my higher self sounds like Sean Connery on steroids. You guys hear he's like, boy, is that how you like to be treated? I'm like, oh, okay, Thor. I'm like, it's like Odin's son. I'm like, yes, Pegasus, coming in hot. You know what I mean? My thing is that you guys' higher selves are wanting to reach out to you. Some of you things that you guys are going to work through and what you guys are going to do, we're going to figure out together. There's an amazing show we have for you guys today. A lot of awesome people that have lived it, love it. They're the real deal. So without further ado, put your hands together for Mrs. Isabella Green.
So I would ask you to take it easy on me. This will be my first time, and we're going to stop as soon as I feel that my vessel is about to faint. Because there's only so long that I can maintain the frequency and let that kind of consciousness move through me. But here's the process that we will go through. We'll start with the meditation so that we could all get on the same page. I would lead, I will get myself in the right space to channel, and I will get you in the right space to be able to receive not only the words that I will be translating from the light language, vibration, telepathy into my second language, but also to receive the codes and the energies that will be transmitted during the channeling for you. They very clearly specified that they have a message for the entire group present. I guess present in this room, but we will know more once I start channeling. So I would ask that we all unify throughout the meditation. I will prepare you to receive that message. And so now, I would suggest for everyone to get very comfortable. I'm going to sit down and I will be doing the rest of the channeling and speaking and meditation sitting down right here. If you feel comfortable and if your feet are not offensive to your neighbor, please go ahead and take your shoes off so that you could feel the ground underneath your feet. And just give me a moment to prepare. And we're about to begin with the meditation. One more thing is, once these energies start coming through, you might experience a response. You might experience that you need to cough, or you need to cry, or you feel like you need to move. Please be conscious of your neighbors next to you and do it discreetly. If you need to step out of the room, to cough up whatever is coming up for clearing, please go ahead and do that as not to disturb the rest of us. That is just my personal request. All right? Okay, so there we go. So now just close your eyes gently and become conscious of your body. Feel the weight of the body, the gravity pulling you down. The relationship between the physical form and this planet. Feel the weight of your legs and your arms. Feel the ground underneath your feet. Let's unfold the shoulders, opening up our chests, our heart centers. And let's become very aware of the present moment. And to ground into the present moment, I now invite you to all take a deep breath with me. And let go of everything that's happening in your life. We are fully focused on the present moment of the now, within which everything is perfect. Allowing that peace, that calmness to move through you. Receive that grace into your physical vehicle, the temporary home within which you are presently residing as the star beings on Earth. I ask that you now take your left palms and place them right in the middle of your chest. And feel that heartbeat inside your body. This beautiful center, this powerful organ that has the mind of its own, the brain of its own, the part of you that allows you to stay connected to everything that you are from this physical reality throughout dimensions, throughout realms, all the way into the formless dimension, all the way into the generous space of unconditional love that connects us all. Feel that heart, that special center functioning within your chest, within your body. Feel the pulse inside your body. Allow yourself to be very aware of your spirit populating this form. Feel. And now I ask you to take your left palms and place them back down, wherever they're comfortable. And let's remember where we come from. Let's remember the feeling of being connected to every realm simultaneously through the infinite fabric of reality. Let's realize that we are a part of that fabric, from every cell in our bodies to every fiber of our souls. Allow yourself to see yourself, envision yourself as a part of the higher structure, the energetic flow that creates and sustains worlds. Let's now visualize the flow of that infinite field trickling down through your crown centers, the tops of your head, activating the upper centers and right into the hearts. Perhaps you feel the buzzing sensation, a little pressure in your hearts as they're getting activated and reconnected to the higher essence of your own beingness. Realize that separation is an illusion and you are part of infinite life that flows through realities, dimensions, realms, beings, cosmic races, elementals, animal spirits, earth spirits, human race, everything that is known and also unknown to us. Realize that because you are part of this fabric, this energetic tapestry, you're fully connected at all times, fully connected at all times, and there is no effort, there's no need for any processes to get you there. You're already there. You're already there to receive any connection you wish to experience. Feel the unified field that you're a part of, that allows you to tune into any reality you wish and to ignore any reality you're not interested in experiencing. Feel that you're connected to the races that seeded us as the human beings, the ones that feel like home to you. And then there is no challenge to reach out and feel that connection whenever you wish. Know that you are powerful beyond measure, and that this wish, this connection, is up to you to experience. yourself gently floating within that beautiful shared field, the field of unconditional love, the field of light, the field that trickles through your veins, that ignites your cells, that lights up your chakras, that connects you to the ones that are within your stream. And perhaps now, let's send a loving signal from our hearts out into that space. Each one of you who know the races that you are connected to through your activated or still activated DNA. Direct your love, that beam of light, and visualize receiving a gentle telepathic embrace from that space that feels so good. Know that you are stardust within the physical experience. Know that you are here for a reason. And that the connection and the contact that you see are innately yours. Let's write the intention into ourselves, into our hearts, for the filters to be lifted, and for everything that we wish to experience to be presented to us in the most beautiful and gentle manner. Feel into yourself as a part of the collective consciousness, not only on Earth, but intergalactically, too, as this is your birthright, a part of who you are. Available at all times. Let's hold that visual, let's hold that space. Let's remain open to receive. I offer you now to trickle back into your physical bodies, but just enough to be able to listen and receive the transmission that is about to be facilitated for you. I, however, will stay in that space of shared consciousness so that I could indeed provide this service for you today. Keep your hearts open, keep your minds open. Allow the codes, the energies, and the information that is to be transmitted to be received in the most appropriate way for the highest good of your own journeys and the highest good of all. Tuning in for the channeling now. Dear ones, We're grateful for this opportunity to interact with you in this way today. We have the message for you, the information that we feel will be of value for you. But before we go there, we would like to tell you about ourselves and introduce ourselves. We are the Andromedan Collective, one of the councils within the Andromedan galaxy. Our galaxy is significantly larger than your Milky Way galaxy and significantly more advanced. We have trillions of stars all around that we have access to, and a high number of planets that are inhabited. Some of these planets are inhabited by the races that are also called by the humans the Andromedans. But we'll have our own purpose, our own direction, our own agendas. We happen to be the race that is proactively involved in the affairs associated with developing worlds. Not every planet, not every race within our galaxy is interested in providing this kind of service or this kind of interaction. We are the ones who facilitated the council that many of you are familiar with and visit in your dream time and also in your meditations. We see many familiar faces in front of us right now, and we want to assure you that this gathering has been arranged way before you brought your physical vehicles into this room. We represent the Andromedan race, the race of our planet on the Intergalactic Federation, or the federation that has members from various races gathering every so often to discuss and make decisions about different cosmic affairs. We would like to bring to your attention that we're also a part of the coalition of research and exploration that is a scientific organization, so to speak, that observes development of newly seeded planets and also development of civilizations on this planet without direct interaction. That organization very often assigns members through various councils to drop knowledge into developing worlds and to seed various projects. We understand that you have been through a lot of distress over the last year of your time on your planet, but we assure you that that was a reset moment during which the projects that were unable to be seeded on your planet previously were received by the ones who stopped running the rat race and were able to finally listen. There is a grid of projects around your planet now that will all connect in perfect timing. The information is dropped into the vehicles who are able to translate it into action. These projects are now under the radar as you still have the old system operating on your planet, which is in the process of being dismantled. You will build upon the old systems, and the projects that are now being seeded will sprout. The information is shared evenly throughout multiple channels and multiple areas within your reality, so that the seeds could be received and some of them will sprout. There are teams all over your planet that are being created, that are pulling together the new reality for you. You are part of those teams. We understand that you have been through a lot on your planet. Many of you have gone all the way into the abyss and back, all the way into the darkness, and are still making your way back into the light, into a realization of your own true essence and your own true knowing. All is well, dear ones, as your journeys will become your offerings. Do not despair. Do not despair that your journeys were challenging or hard or awful in so many ways, and we send you compassion and empathy, as these things are only taking place on earth and other planets that are below third density. You have volunteered to be here to take upon yourselves the challenges of the earth plane, the physical reality, the bodies that come with pre-recorded programs, pains, and other challenges. But you, every one of you in this room, have made it to the other side. There are many ancient ones here who have been through the earth experience from the very beginning of time. The first wavers, so to speak, the ones who jumped on the idea to come into this reality, be part of the Earth Project, so to speak. And then there are the ones who are the newbies and are questioning every day, why, but why is it so weird on this planet? Why, but why is it so challenging? Why, but why is it so strange and backwards? And indeed, the reality of Earth is not familiar or comfortable for you, so you keep questioning. But you are here to assist just as well as the ancient ones. We want to share with you that souls on this planet awaken in waves. This was set up this way from the very beginning. You are the next wave. Some of you are more ahead of the game than others, but others will catch up. There is a reason why you are in this room, are receiving this amplification and this moment. Let this be your permission slip to step forward, to step up your journey, to join the ranks of the awakened star seeds, star souls on this planet, as you are indeed required. as you continue doing the work that assists you to remove the wiring within your vehicles that constitutes, blocks the wiring that the vehicle comes with, the pains, the childhood experiences, the subconscious wiring. As you continue to remove these blocks, you will open energetic resources available for you to upgrade your DNA strands, the DNA strands that connect you to who you truly are, connect you to your cosmic lineage, connect you to your abilities. This will activate waves of the soul, and expansion will happen within your realities. You will observe that realities will get lighter and easier as you proceed. You will observe that the challenges that others seem to be spinning in are no longer yours. You will learn to interact with the aspects of you that you now call your higher selves, and know that you are one with them and that you are the creators of your own reality. Creators by will, by choice, by the laws of the universe that you are residing within. There are laws that govern your reality, and they are simple. All that's required of you is intention, focus, direction, and also learning how to control your mind, direct your thinking, and balance your emotions. The upgraded strands of DNA are available to you, but it makes no difference how many activations you take if you're not processing what the body vehicle has come with. None of you are infants, so you do carry the programming and the challenges that came with it, and it's required of you to do this work so that you can join the ranks of this wave of volunteers on Earth and assist with the projects, with the work that is being facilitated now, and we're here to assist you in every way. We used to be way more active with Earth at the beginning of time, when the Earth was just being seeded, but through the events within the cosmic history, the ownership of this territory was assigned to the races that did not have interest in expansion of your consciousness, in assistance to the human race. We were quarantined out, as well as other races who had your highest interest in mind. Now is the time, and it's been a few years already, that quarantine is either lifted or becoming thinner and thinner, and now we're able to reach out to you in this manner, in a very easy and comfortable way. Every one of you who channels, every one of you who does the healing work for others, every one of you who receives aha moments and strange ideas that you cannot explain, the ideas about technology or projects, every one of you who visits the council meetings and their meditations or during sleep time, you're all a part of this work. And we want to extend our gratitude for your performance so far. You signed up for this, the masters on earth. The newbies too, thinking that that was a fun playground. And it indeed can be very fun if you so choose. Allow yourselves to deepen your journeys and your offerings. Keep your eyes and ears open to the new projects that are available at this time. Pull out of the matrix if you are able to do that. We invite you to step out of that old system and to become the system busters, the ones who are going to build the new reality, the new level of consciousness, the new earth, if you wish, on the foundation of existing structures. These structures were not meant to be the way they are at this time, and the mistakes that were made in the past are to be corrected. You might have been the ones who originated these systems back when Earth was still being developed, and then lost contact due to the quarantine. Now you're back to work from within the system to create what originally was supposed to be. You have entered what you call your age of Aquarius, which is the golden age, the promised time, and believe us when we tell you that regardless of what you see around you, this golden age is way on the way. The things will unfold within your lifetimes, and you will be amazed and breathtaken by the work and by the numbers that would become known to many. The numbers of the awakened star seeds, the awakened souls, the ones who are here to make the change. The coalition is observing affairs on Earth, development of Earth reality. They decide whether they assign resources and what kind of projects to drop into your consciousness. They assign members to interact through channels and other ones who are here to receive that kind of guidance. We have to present to you that they're not very impressed with what's happening on Earth at this time. Unfortunately, the higher percentage of the behavior observed within the human race is considered dangerous from the standards of the coalition. We, as advanced civilizations, would like to offer you to step up your game in the way of being conscious, not only when others are looking, but all the time. Every act of kindness trickles out, ripples out into your reality. Every connection you make, every contribution you make makes a difference. The percentage required for the Earth to move into the level of an intergalactic civilization out of toddlership and into the level where you're able to interact, at least with some races that are willing, is relatively small. This is not what's written in your books, as if where you have to be good, otherwise you're punished. Not at all. We just extend this invitation to you to observe your own state of being, to observe the energy you're producing, to hold the field, as that assists not only your own experience in this world as a creator being, but also many others that you interact with. To summarize, we would like to tell you that things are not what they look at the moment. There is a lot going on your planet behind the scenes, under the radar, because it can only be done under the radar. You will be amazed by what is coming very soon. Gratitude to every single one of you. Know that you are always loved, always connected. Then might you wish to reach out. There are energies and beings watching and available to connect with you and give you guidance. Might you decide to become a channel and create new projects, receive that information, receive the knowledge that is available to you. It is all here for you. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude for your service on this planet, for the sacrifices that you have been through, and that are perhaps ahead of you still. Every one of you are here because you are required to be here at this time. And the entire galaxy, the entire Federation is here to express gratitude for your work, your service, your intention, your focus, your devotion to your path, regardless of how challenging it might be for you. Because what happens on Earth will influence everything within the Milky Way galaxy and intergalactically too. You're loved, you're supported. We're here for you, same as all other races that are a part of the Earth Project. Now we would like to offer you to ask possibly three questions, as many questions as our channel is able to facilitate for you. Please maintain these questions outside of your own personal reality. This is not the reading. This is not an invitation for you to ask where you are from intergalactically. This is an opportunity to share information with the entire group, so make your questions conscious. We would like to call in assistance from Brother Rion now to facilitate.
Yo.
Facilitate the questions now. First question.
Beautiful. Yes, coming to you. Alibaba coming in hot. What do you got?
You mentioned a very dangerous time. What is our work around the danger?
We do not see what you're referring to as danger. that is a personal perspective, and a perspective that is pushed upon you on this planet, as fear keeps you submissive, fear keeps you under control, fear makes you susceptible to responding in a certain way. Know that you are the creator being of your reality, and if you wish to turn your attention away from fear, you will no longer see, and thus you will no longer see the dangers. To counteract what you think is dangerous, do the opposite. Do the work that is completely opposite to what is considered dangerous. So do not focus, as by your focus you feed into the idea of things being dangerous. This is how you create your reality, and this is why you observe the danger. As you focus on the things that are the opposite of what you consider danger, direct your attention, your effort, and your work in that way. This would be the best suggestion that we have for you at this time.
All right. Next question.
The past few months in my meditations, I received a message that there will be some type of bombing or fire in the east side. I wanted to ask if that is still in alignment or if that is no longer true.
East side of what?
East side of the states.
We do not see that as a potential from the timeline that we're operating from. However, we would like to share with you that humans are very confused when it comes to interaction with the non-terrestrials. You, as your ancient ones and the primitive ones, did before consider that the aliens or the non-terrestrials are almighty gods and have access and answers to all your questions. That is a mistake, as we only have specific agendas and specific access. So once again, from the timeline where we are at right now, observing a reality on the East Coast of United States of America, we do not see the event that you are speaking of. We would recommend that you meditate yourself away from that idea and do not feed that idea by your fear and your energetic support, as once again your universe responds to what you focus on. You can generate events by your focus, especially when they are supported by intense emotion. Next question.
Next question.
All right, so the Stargate at Polaris and many other Cepheid stars, they fluctuate. What is the function of them becoming brighter and or dimmer?
I got that one. You want that one?
Go ahead.
Okay, so based upon the vibration or whatever pulsar, the energy, right? Frequency vibration, real standard. Every single frequency, every single dimension is based on a bandwidth, based upon a power source, based upon an energy output, similar transceivers. Any increase in a pulsar or star, as it increases its volume, as it increases its power output, correct? The issue is that the frequencies and vibrations it's going to affect will not only affect the highs, but the lows. So the more voltage you put on in deep space, the more the lowers are going to shake. If the wind's blowing at 250 miles an hour, you're going to feel it on the ground. The higher the frequency from the stars, the more it's going to affect all environments, all cascading planets and stars which are connected to each other, kind of like through Ethernet, right? Every single star in our system is connected to our central sun, and our central sun is connected to our galactic center, and thus. So if there's any increase in star activity, light activity, Alexis can tell you in her podcasts that the Schumann's been going crazy. What is it? We are one family, we are a galactic family, but if our stars in our neighborhood start pulsing very, very brightly, it's going to affect all of us.
We see this
And,
as
and he's back. You good? Okay.
we see this as an accurate answer. Thank you.
Of course. Oh, now look. Now we got questions. Okay, hold on. Don't take advantage of Issa. She's in a channel. What do we got? Okay, question.
You had mentioned there were projects. Can you give us an example of some projects? How are we picked, or how do we volunteer for such projects?
The projects that we are aware of have to do with different technological advancements that are for the benefit of the human race. Human race has become confused as to what good technology is versus harmful technology. There are projects that are now being developed under the radar that have to do with what you know as medical devices that are not yet out to the public and have to be kept under the radar due to the limitations of your system. There are projects that have to do with use of resources on your planet and directing the planet and the structures that are now already present into using the natural resources on your planet in a way that is beneficial not only for you as people but also for the planet itself, which is of the uttermost importance. There are projects associated with water purification and creation of water purification and the ways of using existing equipment and also developing new equipment based on existing facilities and coming out of existing facilities that would operate within the new way of interacting and processing water. Water is the number one resource that provides life on your planet, that there is a lot of focus on these projects. As for yourself, getting involved in these projects, do your research, talk to people. It is not going to be announced publicly. So the network, the grapevine, as you say, is the way to go at this time. However, we assure you that there is enough of that development already on the way on your planet to bring results in the very near future too. You could become someone who is a promoter or a facilitator or an organizer or a project manager for the technologies that would become available in the near future.
Awesome. We're going to take two more questions. I got one back here and then one more with the good school teacher up here in the front. That's a very high. Yeah, you. We got you. All right, here we go.
What is the relevance and or importance of the shadow integration for this human experience?
As we have mentioned earlier already to you, you have energy entangled with your human experience. It is like carrying bricks within your body vehicle and your energy field. When you carry the traumas, the pains, the records of pains that the body stores within your body vehicle and your energy field, you literally are separated from resources and the DNA strands of non-terrestrial origin. As you proceed to clear these blocks and to do what you call the shadow work, the shadow integration. You're not able to drop that altogether, but processing and becoming aware and embracing and clearing the records of pain that you are carrying within your cells would assist your cells to move to the next level of vibration, the next level of frequency, so you will be amplified naturally. So in other words, the shadow work is of the uttermost importance for the journey while you are within the human vehicle.
Awesome. Last question.
Do you have any information or codes about the death space to assist humans and their fear around death? and separation?
Could you repeat that? I did not hear about what?
About the separation humans have with the death space,
Death space meaning somebody passing on to the next world.
crossing over.
The entire reincarnation cycle is being rewired around your planet, same as everything else. The density is being lifted, and you have the ability to transcend the human reincarnation cycle if you so desire. All that's required is for you to know that and to move. Train yourself while you are still alive, how to get out of the body, how to return back into the body. And so when the day comes and you are ready to depart the physical vehicle and not return, it will be just like any other meditation. As for separation between this reality and the reality that you call the death world, or the reality where the passed on souls are operating, we would assure you that there is hardly a separation at all. Haven't you all heard the stories about your dead grandmother hanging over your left shoulder, or your passed on pet being in your living room all of a sudden, or that shadow that moves through your house, or that little wind that blows over your face, and that is the loved one that just passed? So the membrane between the worlds is much thinner than you think, and the ones who are transitioning out of reincarnation cycle are also available for communication. There are many mediums that can prove that to you and confirm that the dead are not really as far as it seems while you are in the human vehicle. Know that the entire system is the system of entrapment and control, but now that as well is being dismantled as the humans are learning that they are not required to return to do better. They're not required to keep recycling themselves within the earth plane, that they have the ability to choose otherwise. Just do not be fooled on the way out of your body. This is why the practice of out-of-body experience by will, by choice, is highly recommended.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Isabella Green. Oh, you want to hang out? All right, all right. Okay, shadow integration on steroids. I got you all day. You ready to go? Here we go. The reason why we have so much shadow integration. Okay, so based upon your bloodline, based upon basically you're wearing a sexy little 3D popsicle suit known as your vessel. Some people take care of it, some people don't. Some people say, I'm not going to get old, I'm going to party like a rock star. And then all of a sudden you're 30 and you're like, that didn't work out for me. So what happens is, based upon your power level and based upon your higher selves. So let me help you out. The way to shortcut a lot of the integration stuff is to actually visit old sacred sites. The fastest way to do that, how I did it and I leapfrogged everybody, was just, in my particular age range, let's just say, was going around the world and just going to these ancient sites, hitting my knees, spending the night there, and really being humbled to the guardians of each of these locations. There are very powerful, huge, awesome beings in every location. I do recommend, if you visit these sites anywhere around the world, whether you go to, I like the Bosnian Sun Pyramid's cool. Sam, he's a nice guy. But Egypt, I've said in my videos before, but I'll share with you now. Who knows how to get their door key to get into the Valley of the Kings? Raise your hand. Okay, so who wants their throat chakras on 24 hours a day? Okay, Okay, but listen, like, don't ask for something. I'm like a genie in a bottle. Don't rub me too hard, because you might not be able to handle this shit. You know, all of a sudden your grandpa's like, whoa, bro, I thought you were taking a shower in there. This is getting awkward. So you got to be careful with your level of awareness, and I'll talk about people who pass on to and why. Okay, so here we go. If you guys want to go get your door key, you got to go to Imhotep statue. You guys are probably going to go to get a taxi from your hotel. Everyone is named Mohammed in Egypt. It's cool. You're a taxi driver. I will bet you like $1,000. You're like, what's your name? You're like, Mohammed. I'm like, take me to the Imhotep temple. So you're in Egypt. Get in the car. Go over there. Here's the key. Don't touch anything in Egypt. If you touch it, you bought it. In America, I don't know if you guys don't know that, but in third world countries, if you touch it, they're like, you pay now. You're like, I was just looking at this. They're like, no, you pay me now. Headphones, sunglasses, straight point of view. So Imhotep is where you go. That's why they have a guard posted there. I had a 2-man team, and I had my sister distract the guard. For some reason, there's a guard there at 6 in the morning that stands outside of this stone pillar. He's like, don't touch. He sits there like a little, like, don't touch. So I'm sitting there going like, oh, don't touch? I'm like, Lulu, I got a stage 9 clinger. Go like flirt with this dude and pull him away from this guard duty. It's always good to have a nice sister or a female partner that you guys can be like double agents with. Every single place I've been to on this earth, I pretty much had to break in. They do not want you to go to the backside of Machu Picchu. They don't want you to go into Egypt at night by yourself. They don't want you to go in some of these temples by yourself. When you get big and strong in the future, he nods out, hey, shadow integration, baby, I'm talking to you in the hood. Hey, I'm doing this for you. Come on, baby, come back. Look, I'm like Darth Vader's inner child. I love you so much. Listen, I had to shake this stuff off. Okay, so here's the game. Okay, I'll tell you how to get your collars off. It's an 8D Anunnaki Egyptian collar. Okay, here's a shortcut. If you go to Imhotep's temple, you get the door key. Put your left hand on that thing, and you go, highest light. Your go-to forever is highest light. What is highest light? It's your most evolved, happy, awesome self, top left-hand side. Okay? You guys also have a highest night, top right-hand side. The human heart is on the left for a reason. Okay? Just to be real. I feel like we lost the manual of how to drive a human being. You know what I mean? And then you have people who are like, no, it's on the other side. And I'm sitting there watching their night side, tapping them on the shoulder like, oh yeah, I'm totally here to support you, bro. It's like, they mess with you all the time until your third eye's on. I just want to be real with you. The issue is that when your juice comes on, you guys are going to be tested. This is what I really want to share. You guys have 2 pro teams. Basically, imagine all of us are seniors in college, and we're the best in our sport. Now imagine each sport is the best from your home world. Like best in Sirius, best in Andromeda, best play Arcturian, best in Arcturus, you know what I mean? Quantum financial system, like all day, bro. What I'm trying to get to is that you guys have a lot of talent and you got a lot of juice. Okay, you got Team Light on your left, you got Team Night on your right. Here's the thing. They both have skill sets and assets. They're not both dumb. Okay, when people say all is one, what I want you to really understand is an all is one, to actually understand all is one. It's easy to say. That means, you mean everything is one. And they're like, even the turds? And they're like, even the turds. Now, you might have some different aspects in you that are like, some dudes from Pegasus that are Nordics, they're like, I would never mix with that. Oh my God, what is that? We have higher selves like this. All you divine goddesses, you'll be like, ew. You'll feel like an ew for no reason. You'll be like, I have a divine goddess too. I'll be like, ew. I don't know what's going on in there, but it looks like a gremlin with a nice, caricature. What I'm trying to say is that's why we always go for someone's heart. You guys are all good people. You guys all show up every single day and you bring light to this world. Understand that, correct? Again, round of applause. Come on, this is the A-team. Come on, 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 come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We got finances popping off on the planet, okay? My brother, I'm going to give you a hug and pick you up off the ground when we're done with this. Now, the thing about some of us is, check it with the shadow integration. Let's imagine the past 6 lives you were a warrior. You've been male for 6 times in a row. Okay, here's your choice for all of these powerful female women that can't find a man, or they're just alpha and they're finding these little baited dudes that are like, oh, don't hurt me. And you're like, why are you so weak on the inside? Okay, it happens. Okay, and you gotta bite your tongue. All these women, I gotta bite my tongue. I don't know what I'm doing. Let me tell you what it is. You're the dude in a female suit. They're the girl in a male suit. You're like, get in the kitchen, honey, and make me some eggs. He's like, okay. Now take the trash out. Okay. Okay, so here's your choice. Okay. So when we're upstairs, this is funny. They go like this. Yo, Ultimate Warrior guy. You've been an Ultimate Warrior 5 lives in a row. You're not growing. You're great with pain, suffering, pain, rage, and all these things. You have zero compassion. You don't even know what vulnerable means. You don't even know what the word means. They're like, I do. Like, we're on the battlefield and you get a cut, it hurts. They're like, that's not vulnerable. You got to cut with the blade on a battlefield, okay? So I'm trying to say, some guys are like, I don't get it. I'm telling you, vulnerable, soft, I love you, compassion. So what they'll do is, ladies, strong, powerful ladies out there, they'll give you the probability before you incarnate. They'll go, you come down as a dude again, you got a 20% chance graduating. You come down as a woman, 80%. And let me tell you, all of Sparta was like, dun, dun, you know, they're like, I'm coming. Let's do it. Lipstick and dresses and high heels, okay? So that's what it is, okay? All my fellow Spartan, awesome ossery out there. Now, like again, some people are very balanced. Some people have very balanced male and female aspects, right? So what I'm trying to say is that understand your soul is very old. There's a reason why you're in the suit you're in. And there's an energetic understanding of things you may need to work on that you chose to work on because they might not have been your strength, okay? I wish we all just had English classes, but we also got to take biology, chemistry, and mathematics. You know what I mean? Like, I hate this shit. You know, like, I just want to draw all day. They're like, no, we got to get a calculator out, TI-85, and knock this out. This place, this world, makes us strive to become better beings. What I'm trying to remind you is this. You guys are stronger than this program. You're stronger than these control programs. You guys, I've neurosynced and scanned the timeline of all these nerds sitting in circles in the 50s. We outprocess them. There's a very high level of beings here watching. This is my 3D avatar. Hi, how are you? You guys having fun down here? Look at these all serious. What I'm trying to get to is this. The controls on the planet are being unwound. But at the same time, who is going to fill those shoes? Who's going to have the right integrity? Say everyone in this room is handed $500 million, and they go, pick a country, go. Pick a country, go. What are you going to do? After you buy your sports car in your house and you're sitting on your tile in your robe, well, you want to go down and check out the docks? You want to take the boat out? No? What do you want to do? You guys got to understand, we're having these resources to show our soul what we can do. Here's the catch. You'll never be able to say, if I would have had the resources, I'd have done it. That's going to be gone. That's gone. So when you cross worlds, you're not going to be like, I should have, would have done it if I was born in one of those families. You would have. No. They're going to be like, check your checking account, homie. What are you doing? Oh, I guess I am kind of lazy, huh? What I'm trying to get to, everything in this universe is watching us to rise. We want the best for everyone. And some of you guys are really, really old, awesome souls. Now look into your eyes, right? Some of you guys are like, my monitor is high hall monitor. How are you? She's like, I'm watching you right now from ship. You guys ever seen a cat? You guys have cats? Who has cats? Raise your hand. Okay, if they're not broadcasting to a mothership, I don't know what they're doing. I'm sitting in the room, cat's just like, yo, bro, you want to talk about that for a second? I'm like watching the eyes, and like I look upstairs, there's guys like playing like VR, like, what's he saying? What's he doing? Does he know he's being viewed right now? You guys, listen. This whole place, this whole reality is a game. It's like E.T. Real World, okay? When we shake off all the fear, when we get our bodies, our minds, and our consciousness right, and when you guys wake up in the morning and you create your dreams, take the next step. You wake up with a download, write it down. You guys want to film yourself, you film yourself on your camera, you click, go ahead and get that text to edit or text talk to text. It types it up. Take the next steps to knock stuff out, because right now this world needs us more than you know. All right. Speaking of all-time greatest gangsters, next up on stage, he's a retired civil environmental engineer. Clifford Mahooty is a member of the Wisdom Keeper of the Zuni Pueblo Indian tribe in New Mexico. He's an active in the Zuni orders of the Kachina. Kachinas are star people. Okay? Galaxy Medicine Society, Sun Clan leadership. He has been led by his ancestors to share their extraordinary lost history, including experiences with the ancient inner earth, ant people, inner earth humans, and light beings of the Star Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Clifford Mahooty.
Well, good morning. I say good morning or good afternoon. I don't care. I just want to thank Thunderbeat for inviting me again and the gang here. As you probably know, most of you know me. I'm a Zuni Pueblo Indian, and I belong to the. I'm also an AI for American Indian, and I think today that I don't have any PowerPoint, so it's going to be a heart-to-heart chat, and I think that this is more in my way of from back in the old days when I was going through my teachings. And so like in the old grandfather and grandmother days where when they set you down in the middle of the kiva or in the house and they start quizzing you about what they had taught you up to a certain point. So this morning I want to start out by talking about the Indian parable, which I talk about in a lot of my presentations. It's about the way back when the Creator was looking for ways to get something for the humans, and he gathered all the animals, and he talked to them, and he said, I want to hide something from the humans until they are ready for it. The realization that they create their own reality. So the ego says, I'm going to go take it to the moon, so that they'll never find it there. They said, oh no. I said, they'll find it there. So then they said, the salmon says, I take it to the bottom of the ocean, they'll never find it there. They said, oh yeah, they'll find it there. And so the buffalo says, no, I'll take it to the plains. I'll bury it in the plains and they'll never find it there. And all this time, Grandma Mole was sitting there, just like, it reminds me of my grandmother, sitting there. They said, oh, no. So he said, I know where to put it, that they'll never find it. He said, Creator says, where? He said, put it inside of them. Because they'll never find it and they really need it. So I think that this presentation today is based upon what my teachings have been for a number of years. I'm one of those very fortunate individuals that took the spiritual training in the technological world. I'm a retired scientist, civil engineer, environmental specialty and all that. But what I have learned throughout, I'm 77 years old. And so what I have learned is that throughout my whole teachings and my experiences, I have come to my own conclusion that technology and spirituality were one and the same in the beginning. And it took me many, many years of not only testing it, or maybe question it, or whatever it is, but when I started looking at it from what I have observed throughout the years, this is what really is very intriguing. We're only scratching the surface of what is really ahead in this new age that we're going into. And so, and the other thing too is that the ways that we're going to go through there, we're not going to look back like a lot of people are saying, is that we're going to go into back to the normal. there's no such thing, because we're now going into an entirely different way of living, way of life than what we have seen. What we have gone through for a whole year is a bump in the spiritual road. It had a chance to sit down and try to talk with each other and see where we're at. And a lot of illustrations that I use in my presentation is the triangle, and also the phrase that I use is the stop, look, and listen. Because the triangle is one of the most stable forms of a structure. Being a structural engineer, I can use that as an example. But what I'm going into now, looking at it from this point on, is that we all have to look at it in terms of ourselves, our reality. We've had a chance to review it, even though maybe we were not doing it actively. Like I have been stagnated for a whole year. But at the same time, I should have sat down and written my book, which I've been trying to do. But at the same time, I was having a lot of thinking from many different sources. And the only reason that I looked at the media was to see how crazy the world is getting every day. And it is really, really crazy. And what I am going to talk about today is based upon some of the things that has happened within a year. And I would like to start out by this meeting that we're having. The theme of it is cosmic awakening. I think that most of us have already been through that phase, but I want to continue it on with the cosmic awareness. When you wake up in the morning, you hear the birds sing, the sunlight is there, and you're waking up. And the next thing is that like I usually do, say, where the hell am I at this morning? And that's when you become aware of what you had just gone through in the dream stage, or what I call is spiritual downloading. And then you come back to the 3D world, or the reality of saying that now we got to become aware of what is happening. So the theme that I have always discussed is the spiritual warrior mode that we all have to go into. We are all equipped from the day we're born with that type of resistance when we know that something is not right. It's only in ways that we are conditioned or indoctrinated that we lose that touch. In my reservation Indian days, I was born out there in the Indian world that we didn't have electricity, we didn't have any running water, we didn't have any connection to other outside world except what we were with our ancestral knowledge. But we only went to the white man's school for maybe about 3 or 4 hours a day. So we were connected with nature, or at least I was. And so you learn how to be very, very open to a lot of things. Somebody asked me one day, have you seen any flying saucers? I said, yeah. I said, well, how many have you seen so far? They said, well, by the time I was 30 years old, I said, I probably saw about 500. So these are the things that you see when you're out there in the middle of nowhere. And so that's when you start your spiritual training, so to speak, because we had what we call a communalistic society, and also the teachings are also communalistic, which is survival. And one of the biggest element or the factor in this is the connection with spirit, connection with Mother Nature, of course, that's part of spirituality. So we have known for, or at least my my people have known for thousands and thousands of years about this type of connections in terms of spirituality and how to take care of each other and how to deal with anything that comes down the road or whatever. And we have always talked about star people. You go to any Aboriginal tribe on the planet, all those tribes have a connection to the star people. And in Zuni, we call them the raw people. Excuse me, let me oil my throat. Too bad it's not tequila. And I tell you more stuff. Yeah, I kind of went away from PowerPoint because, PowerPoint sometimes gets me, starts looking at the picture and I start wondering, did I do this the right way? So if I talk from the heart, it's a lot better. Well, anyway, go back to the spiritual route that I'm talking about. We're all taught like that. We are, all you folks sitting in there, we have that element or that factor in all of it. It's part of our DNA. The only trouble is that we have seen within, up to this point, is that we have been indoctrinated because there's a purpose for that. Is to keep us, I guess, stupid in a way, to keep us not aware of what we are, and so this bombardment is going on. The first TV set that I saw was when I was back in the 60s when we first started getting TV. At that time, and this was scientifically proven later, there's only one beam of light that goes through the screen. And in those days, they called it subliminal mechanisms that go into your brain. And since it starts doing that to you, then your brain starts picking those up. And we're downloaded with all this garbage every day. And I knew about these things. It's the same way with other things that they feed you. You know, I grew up on a farm. We did all our farming, but when I first got to knowing about other foods, how they make them, and so this is entirely, that's what's happening right now. It's really have gone to the point where all this, the feeding of not only the mind, but our body has made us so immune to the truth. So I put together a lot of little notes here about if we're going to go into this new age or this new era that's coming down, we got to get rid of our habits or whatever we were taught. And we got to focus on the new things that are coming. There's nothing new under the sun. It repeats itself. History repeats itself. Remember that saying from the philosopher George Santayana? Remember when he said, those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it? I have always stressed that because that was stressed to me way back in my early teachings. I didn't really know that, but there was also in these other philosophers throughout the world. But so I chose this talk today of a spiritual warrior because we are now going to go into a realm of events before we go into the coming good life. The Hopi, the Zuni, and others talk about the end of this fourth world. It's not the end of the world like the earth disappearing or blowing up like it did in the past. What it means is that we're going to go into a sort of like a shift of a different way of thinking. And so we have to get it's like a snake shedding its skin every year, or an owl molting the feathers. We got to get rid of all of that things in order to come back out with brand new feathers on, brand new skin, and whatever needs to combat things that in the coming world. Now, the reason I call it combat is because, unfortunately, and I talk about this on a lot of my YouTube presentations, is that there has been we're now at the height of what I call in my presentations the dark force people that are trying to convert all of us. And we have seen that in the past. We know about it in the past. All the civilizations, the great civilizations, they have usually a time limit of 500 years. United States of America is now at the 500-year level. If you look at it from the standpoint of 1500, is when the Spanish first came here. My tribe was the first tribe that met the Spanish in 1540. So we got about another 20 years for the end of this 500-year cycle. If you read Tolstoy, Leo Tolstoy, he talks about a lot of those events. If you look at some of the greatest civilizations in the world, the Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the Chinese dynasties, if you look at it, the 500-year mark is here. So what happens after this time, and the American Indians know about is the way that it is presented. If you look at the Hopi Prophecy Rock, there's a story on that one. In the Zuni version of it is that we're now at the end of the cat's tail. We started out in 1955 when the medicine man, which the order I belong to, stated that we are now at halfway of the cat's tail. And he said, how long is it going to be the next one? We do not know because they haven't told us yet. So we all Indian Aboriginal tribes and all American Indian tribes and our brothers to the north and south, we're all connected in the same type of teachings, but we have been put aside for all of those type of words. And I am probably one of the first of the Pueblo people who have actually come out and talked like this, and I knew what was happening, what was going to happen to me, but that's okay. But I think that because we're all in it together, because we're on the same planet. The star people, when they first put all the systems on the planet here, I have studied volumes of other works that are of other Aboriginal people. There is not one passage, not one word in there, anything about hatred, discrimination, about different colors. All our medicine songs, chants, prayers are nothing but love, respect for Mother Earth, and to love each other regardless of what color we are, where we come from, because we are of one family called the human family. So this is what I have been working toward, and it's more clearer now than what I started to do when I was a little kid. I started my training when I was probably barely walking. So my grandmothers and grandfathers are no longer here, but they're still in connection with me. And it's really interesting what's happening right now in this whole paradigm shift that we're going through. They are becoming more connection to us as people that are on that road, the spiritual path. And there's a lot of star kids that are coming in there, on the planet from many, many different groups, all colors, all nationalities, all languages. And so this is the reason why we're going through in this effort that is what the dark force people are trying to get us through, to fall right now, and they're not going to win. I said this a year ago when COVID first started, and it's out there, but they cut it out because it was too harsh. They would some of the people that I work with on the networks on the internet, they had to take him off because they said it was too harsh. Because I made the theory about what happened or what will happen. So, but it's on. We're going to present it. I have my webmaster here today, and we're going to start working on that because we just started that this past year. So that way, it's all information that nobody will try to kick it out or, ban it. So that will be coming from not only me, but other people like myself, not only from the United States, but Canada, Mexico, and other countries. Just for information now. Now let me go back to all the other things too. The way I look at it is that old term about birds of a feather. We're all here because we are interested in what we are supposed to be doing and which way we're headed. No man is an island. That was my first teachings, was that we will teach you the best we know how. If there's other things that you want to know, you go ask another person. So this is what we are. We don't hold anything back. But unfortunately, in the last 100 years at least, all our things have been taken away from us. The American Indian community at large. And my last 15 years when I was in the federal services, my job was to make sure that all the Indian tribes got their sacred items back, that their sacred sites were well preserved. But it's coming back. And there are some things that are happening, like the lady said this morning, that behind the scenes type things that's going on. And the reason that these dark force people think that they're going to eliminate all our free will, it's not going to happen. Because at some point, it's like in the thermodynamic term I like to use is that we are at maximum entropy, which means that we're all in all directions, but there will be some people or some person or some being or whatever will come on the scene. And we were going toward that. I work with a lot of groups. The first disclosure was going to happen this year. And this is why, if you remember way back about a year ago, almost a year ago maybe, when the United States Space Force was created, that was the first step. So it's on hold right now, but they're still working on it. But so this is what's happening, and I think that the reason that we need to look at each other on ourselves now is because you have to believe in yourself. Don't listen to anybody else of what they say. Now I was very, very straightforward about 4 or 5 years ago when I first started out doing this thing, is that they're lying to you. And I started out with the false flag events that happened way back as John F. Kennedy assassination. I was my second year in college when that happened. And when all the way up through there, the latest one, the one that we were quite involved was 9/11. If you look at some of the YouTube videos that I have, I give a very detailed account of what happened. And the way that we got the information was we got it directly from our star people, star ancestors. We got the word directly through very high order medicine in the Kachina. Remember, he said the Kachinas are space people. It was during the combination of the Kachina and the medicine working together at that time when the Star Brothers came and told us what was going to happen. This was the shortest time in our history. They were shown that on this summer solstice. And it was only and then September 11, 9/11. It's only less than 3 months. That was the shortest in history. So we still have that connection. And what is happening right now is that there's a lot of work that's been going on right now with our brothers up in the other side. And you will find, most of you that are here, there's going to be an increase of your dream stage world. You're going to start connecting like it was for real that you're there. And you'll be starting to talk to those people that you never ever met probably in your life, and also your people that you had that went away or passed away, but they'll be different type because they're still younger. And then some of them don't even look like them, but they can talk to them. You can talk to them. So this is what's happening throughout a lot of people that I have been talking with. So this is what I wanted to pass on with while I'm here, rather than just give you a PowerPoint presentation of how great I am and all that stuff. I had a joke, but I don't know if it's gonna. They're gonna. You remember all that thing that's happening about the Skinwalker Ranch? I was gonna next time I go up there to a big meeting, maybe when Contact in the Desert opens up, I'm going to tell them that they finally discovered what the skinwalkers are. The skinwalkers out there at Skinwalker Ranch were, they kept it. The military captured a bunch of them the other night, and they'll say, "Well, how come I didn't hear about it?" I said, "Well, because it's top secret, man." So I said, when they caught those guys, and you know what? They're not sure if they were the real skinwalkers, because usually a skinwalker wears a coyote skin uniform, or a wolf, or a dog, or something that crawls on, is fierce and has fur and all that. They say, well, they caught a whole bunch of skinwalkers, but none of those guys were wearing those type of uniforms or their skins. And he said, well, then the guy asked, he said, what kind of skins were they wearing? I said, oh, they were. It's really kind of funny. They were wearing donkey and elephant skins. So I said they were going to take him to Gitmo, but they're still working on Gitmo for the next election. But so one of the generals said, "Hey, we already got a facility over there." And I said, "Where?" He said, "On the East Coast. It's already got a barbed wire fence around it." He said, and so when they finally took him over there, the skinwalker guys were put in there, and they found out that there was a whole stack of those donkey and elephant uniforms in the rotunda. Anyway, they'll probably get me for that. What the heck? Black helicopters. No, this is, see, I talk with a lot of my Indian brothers. They're now coming out to talk. They're willing to talk now. I think the reason that they're doing that is because they're also getting frustrated because of the things that are happening on their reserves. They call them reserves up in Canada, and they call them reservations over here in the United States. And there is so much activity. You probably heard that before Trump was kicked out or cheated out of his office. Remember, he passed that legislation where they put a lot of money in to find out where all the American Indian women were missing from all the reservations. And I get calls just about almost every other day from different tribes trying to get me to help them look for some of these missing persons. And it's really weird out there because they live out there in the wilderness. They live out there in places where there's no roads. If you look at the Navajo reservation, you know, they got miles and miles of nothing out there. You go up to the north in Canada, you know, they're out there in the mountains. And so this is what I think what's happening is that there's an effort to eliminate a lot of these people that still own those use of those lands. The reservation lands, there's no land that belongs to an Indian. No Indian owns any land. And so a lot of the reservations will be converted into the new settlements, what they did way back in World War II when they made internment camps for the Japanese. They even sent them down into the Grand Canyon. They were down there with the Havasus. So that's the only real estate left that are miles and miles of it. So we all know what is happening. It's still under the Hillary's program. Hillary was supposed to come take those Indian reservations and make them into residences for the new wave of which is now happening. So it's been in the mill since for a long time. And actually started with Eisenhower when he passed the Indian Termination Act. I was talking about that this morning. So it's been the biggest group that has been attacked is the American Indian community at large. And having worked with all the Indian tribes, the one thing that is really keeping them in a way of not doing anything drastic or bad is because of their spirituality. But they also start breaking that about 200 years ago. Our Pueblo people in New Mexico no longer have the full practice of spiritualism because the Catholics took over those tribes. I got nothing against other religions, but they converted that way. But we're all coming back, and this new wave of speakers that are coming in are the younger people, and they're star people. I will be on my way next Thursday to Florida. There's a group that's going all over the country. And we've also got plans for a lot of these meetings to start talking directly to the general public about what they have held back for some years. So the spiritual path has to be, when we're going down that path, we have to start bringing in other folks, because it's just like, remember the old example of how you make things strong. You take one straw, you can bend it and break it. But if you took a whole bunch of straws together, you can't break it type thing. The same philosophy. So what we're going to do is that they're going to start talking more about what they have kept quiet for years. This whole thing that we're going through right now with telling us to put masks on and fighting each other and changing the definitions of words, that's not going to go, because we have free will. And the question comes about too is that, well, if the star people are our brothers and sisters, and how come they're not here to come over and rescue us? They're not going to do that, because we have the free will. We can ask for their guidance and we can connect with them, but they're not going to do it for us. We have to do that, because that's what was the thing in the beginning that was created like that. The Kachina people, if you go back and look at the YouTube and look for my name and look at Kachinas, you will find the exact thing about who they are. We are on the aliens, the original aliens that used to be among the American Indian communities were star people or aliens, and they became Kachinas. And so they would not come here in their way, so we represent them. They come here in spirit. They're here right now. They're here, but they're invisible. And so that's the way it is. I'll give you a good example. How many people have cats? You remember? The cat will be sleeping there, and all of a sudden pops up his head, his eyes dilate. He's watching something going across there. And he's watching those aliens walking around in your house. You know, that when my grandmothers told me that, I said, you're just lying to me, you know. And they come around, you know, a lot of times they used to, you know, Bigfoot used to come to my house. I live up in Camp Verde. I live in the riverbed. Bigfoot came to my house one time and he was banging on my door, and he said, get out of here, I just want to go to sleep. And I thought it was, you know, so about 2 weeks later, my son came over here, and right there in front of my house, and he came up there and said, hey, he said, you have a Bigfoot that come to your house. And I thought it was just like, you know, just come over in spirit or whatever, but they actually come around. But I know about those people because I have had encounters with them, and they're all connected. Every time you see a flying saucer, you'll always see a Bigfoot. You see an alien guy, you'll see a Bigfoot. Yeah, they're all connected. But that's another story. So anyway, so I think that right now, I think that I have enough time. Do any of you have any questions? Comments? Yeah? Yeah, the ant people, the ant people connection is really told by the Hopi people, because the first group of American Pueblo Indians exposure were the Hopi people, basically for the simple reason that the railroad came through by the Grand Canyon, and the highway system, remember the cartoon cars, you know, Holbrook and all those other places. So and they were the first ones to come out with a lot of these stories, more so than the Pueblo Indians in New Mexico. The Zuni and the Hopi have parallel systems. Their languages are different, but all the Pueblos are there's about basically 5 languages. You got the Hopi Zuni, Tewa, Tiwa, and Kiris. And we all talk in our languages for certain occasions, whether it's medicine practice, whether it's social dances, Kachina dances. The Kachinas actually, their home is in Zuni, well, close to Zuni. So on the ant story, when the last Earth was, they call it flip over, when it changed polarity, the people had to survive somehow, so they went inside the Earth somewhere. And inside the Earth are a lot of different forms of beings. Two of the basic beings in there are the ants. They look like the ant people, are tall and short. There's two species. The red ones are the shorter ones, and no, this other way around. The red ones are the taller ones, and the shorter ones are sort of like a pale, you can translucent types, and also the praying mantis types are also part of that system, and those are the ones that control the DNA. And so after the flood receded, because the last one was destroyed by a flood, and the prediction is the next one will be destroyed by fire. So, but after being there for no one knows how long, the ant people took care of the I call it the archaeo humans, because they were not like we are today. So that story or that legend is in like the Pueblo people. And the emergence of the Hopi and the Zuni and the Coconino tribes, and some of them are still down there, called the Havasupai, which is the group that is over here at the Yavapai. So that story is about them saving the humans and to nurture them while they were still inside, away from the above on the surface of the earth. So that's a real long story. So that's in our legends, it's in our practices, and it's in our prayer systems. My house in Zuni was actually the center of the Ant Society people. And there's also a medicine society called the Ant people. And Zuni and Hopi and all these other people use that. So if you look at, again, go back to the YouTube and look for my name, and there's a whole, I think, an hour presentation of the Ant people. You can find that. Next question. Well, the people that live here in Sedona, no, they just have they just have different, some of them have different callings. Some of them are, a lot of them are curious. And because of maybe they're searching for certain things, and because what happened is that the education system of this country, and also the ways that we were fed a lot of stuff, they have to look for themselves, and this happened to be the mecca for all these different things. There's a lot of vortices here. This used to be the meeting place of a lot of different tribes from the Pacific, from Mexico, clear over to Chaco. In the old days, the Chaco to Mexico City was a wide lane, like highways. The Americans destroyed those when they first got here. And Google Earth took a whole bunch of them way back in the 80s when Google first came out. You can see it's from Chaco and other places where they had it. But no, I don't think that they're crazy. You can be crazy anywhere you can be. Doesn't make any difference. And I hope I'm not. I live down here. You mean the United States government? Well, they found a lot of stuff. If you look at the Grand Canyon, we did one on the expedition to Sipapu where they pulled out all the Egyptians and the Buddhist artifacts and all that. So we went over there and asked Smithsonian what they did with it. And you know what they did? Tell us they did the same thing they did with Osama bin Laden's body. They dumped it in the ocean. Can you imagine dumping a solid gold statue about that high in the ocean? No, the reason, based upon my studies, is that the reason that any conquering nation of another nation, the first thing that they do is to get rid of their records. That's the common thing that they first do. The second thing that they do is they destroy the land, so nothing will grow, not knowing that they'll go back there. Well, that's what happened during Roman times. The Romans used to go over there, and when they conquered the land, they put salt in it. So, but later on, they went back there. They couldn't grow anything because they put salt in there. Same thing. We have our own records of Chaco. You know, I did a presentation on Chaco. Don't ever believe that that giant kiva was a kiva. We didn't have kivas in those times. There's no need for kivas. They call them kivas up in Mesa Verde. They were not kivas. They were storage bins, and they were also a engineering system for environmental control. And there were shafts that went over there, and they were supply centers, not only for water, food, but for fuel. So those are not, we didn't have kivas until later on, after the Star people let us run our own show here. My presentation on Chaco is that the great kiva was a spaceport. And that there is absolutely no dump site at Chaco. There are no burial sites at Chaco, and there are very few artifacts. That Bandelier National Park is the biggest portal of the Milky Way galaxy. Medicine people, that's where our deities came through. Chaco, according to my interpretation of songs, chants, prayers, history, Chaco used to be the center for the healing arts, which were all tribes would go there, learn the modalities from the sky people to take care of the humans and the land. So it was a university. People laughed at me, and I said, well, give me a better answer than that. So there's a lot more that is there, but they won't let us. So thank you very much. One more. So spiders? There's all kinds of people that are related to different animals. My time's up, so let me tell you one thing. I'll be here all weekend, so you can go to my lecture hall. It's under that tree.
Big hand for Mr. Clifford Mahooty. Lightstar is an internationally acclaimed visionary artist and celestial channel who speaks over 20 universal galactic languages. These channeled transmissions activate soul memories and transmit divine healing codes. She's also the creator and artist of Magical Dimensions, Oracle cards, and activators. The visionary art and channel messages offer exquisite opportunities to self-transformation, illumination, and healing. Put your hands together for Mrs. Light Star.
Hello, everyone. So good to see you guys. Wow. Shining faces, smiling faces. Awesome. Thank you very much. Hey, I just want to say, I'm going to give a shout out to everybody who put this conference on, Rion, and all the different people, Brian doing the sound, and all the different people, Thunderbee, everybody that put it on here. Just give a round of applause for, yay! Thank you so much. It's really, really, we've all been waiting for this, right? Because last year, and we're all really, really excited to be here and to share our gifts and our wisdom and our laughter and our joy and our energies and our hearts with all of you. So I want to I was thinking about what to, speak about for the conference, and something came in which I put together for you guys that I'm going to go through. I also have some music in the background, which on cue, Brian, if you can get the music going. It's just some music that I've created. I started to create music, believe it or not, and something that I wanted to play in the background so that you guys get a visual activation as well as a sound activation. And so we're going to do some of this activating today. But the topic I want to talk about, this is called the Blue Star Awakening, and it's actually from my Transcension 2222 Vision Quests and Music, and this is the music only. I created a series of these for people to go through and have some experiences with a vision quest, and then I separated it for just the music part of it. So, and also they'll probably play another one as well. But what I wanted to talk about, I have to stand in the light. Stand in the light. So hopefully you guys can see if I'm standing here. I'll try to move a little bit so that you guys can see the slides. But I decided to talk about healing shields. And the reason that I created these healing shields, which I'm going to go over, is because of, many different reasons. But I had something happen to me, which I'll go into when I'm talking about these, in 2019. Okay, so timing-wise, this all happened before everything started to hit and go crazy. But I was receiving information about downloading codes, symbols, art images that are specific for people to help them in different realms. Okay, so the mental, emotional, spiritual, environmental, all different kind of things, astral. So I wanted to create some of these because basically, I guess we all need this. So usually when things come in is because we need them. And there's things that are about my artwork that tends to activate people. So that's why they brought through these healing shields. And so that's the purpose for them, is they will activate. They will also, as the word is, shield. Okay, they will shield and deflect some of the negative and lower vibrations that we all deal with in these different areas. So that's the one thing that I really wanted to bring forth, and I'm going to share some of these with you so that you can understand them, and visually you should get activated, because a lot of times people are watching. In the past, I've done videos where I just had my artwork running in the background, and I had some people that would come up after and I was just mesmerized by it, and getting activated by it, and almost didn't really hear what I was saying because they were so activated by the art. And that's perfectly okay, but I want to share a little bit more about what the images are and what they represent, because there are 7 shields that I created. And I have also created healing codes for people. The differences are the healing shields are a bit more on the repatterning, kind of deflecting, but also bringing in positive energies of love. My healing codes, which I will maybe go through another time, are 7 of those, and they're connected to solfeggio tones, and they also have certain frequencies in them for the higher realms, bringing in those higher energies. But for now, we kind of needed some help in these certain areas. So I want to go through them with you guys and share them. So let's go. Oh, this has to go that way. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the first one, can you guys see that? Okay. Oh, oops. Go backwards. Not that one yet. That one. Okay. The first one that I'm going to share here is called the Universal Healing Shield. Now this one, as you can see, it's got a lot of golden energies, golden light, because this particular shield is connected most specifically with your higher self and your connections directly to source, to God, directly straight through. Okay, so this is the higher light energies and the connection there. So this is going to be very helpful for people who have difficulty connecting to their higher self or connecting to source energies. And it also provides a sense of positive energy. It flows in positive frequencies. This is the one of the healing shields that I call the master key. And the reason is because this one flows through and activates all the rest of the different healing shields. And so it actually provides a whole full body, I guess, or full chakra, chakratic system energy upgrade as well. So I always recommend if people are going to be working with any of my shields that they usually kind of get or start with the Universal Healing Shield, because this one really just ties you directly into where you need to be in your center and in your balance point. So if you're knocked off and center and you can't quite get back, this is the healing shield that can help to bring the energies back home. Right? Back home. Oh, wow. Okay. And let there not be light, right? But you probably can see it a little bit better too. Thank you. So with the codes and the symbols that are built in here, it's a lot of energy that comes out. And the vibration here is very high. It's also bringing in the God light energy within all of you, all of your creator energy ship. It really holds the energy down and grounds it. And so that's the importance of this, because I think throughout the last few years, everybody's been having trouble with, staying centered and staying balanced, staying in their higher self, staying, attuned to who they are. And this one is the best one to utilize. So has a lot of clearing energy too, but the shields, these are all going to be in the shape of shields for a very specific reason, okay? And so then I guess I have to go this way. The next one we're going to talk about is the Purification Healing Shield. Now, this one has all the vibrancy and the color and the life of Gaia, right? It's the physical energy. It's the one that you connect with when you are doing any kind of cellular cleansing. It has a connection to your biology, okay? So, but it also connects into the abundance factor. So this is anything in manifestation in your realm, anything that you are trying to manifest in the physical, tangible things, and that does have to do with money and tangible things as well that you're trying to create, in your life. So it's abundance, it's bringing in frequencies of regenerating, cellular regeneration, and the Gaia energies. Okay, so this one also connects with the etheric body or the etheric field as well, because the etheric body is the one where you will, your health imprint or your healing imprint, health is all imprinted into the etheric body, and that also comes down as connected into your physical structure. So this one is really powerful to work with when you're dealing with these types of things. Created energy, green, all the colors don't necessarily correspond to the chakras individually. My healing codes actually do connect with certain chakras, but this one, these kind of vibrate on different levels, so they're not necessarily connecting to the specific chakras, but they do have elements of them as well. So that is the Purification Healing Shield. We're going to move on to this Psychic Healing Shield. This one this is actually the one that started it all. And the reason why is because in about, I think it was around 2018, something like that, 19, before I created these, I had been experiencing some kind of psychic attack. I mean, I don't know if anybody of you guys have ever experienced that, but it's not fun, okay? And I hadn't really experienced it to that level or to that extreme level. And I was trying all different things. Nothing was working. You know, we all tried the different things, but it just wasn't happening. So I had this thing come in when I was experiencing this, and I had some visual come forth. And it was the visual of this pretty much in a raw form. And I put this sort of overlaid it on top of my energies, like an overlay. And it just immediately deflected everything. I was blown away. And you know, this is how we get our downloads. We get our downloads from things that we're having experiences with, and they just come in and go, oh, okay, that's apparently I'm supposed to, you know, have this experience because I'm supposed to create these, and that's how it works. So that is what happened here. And so I immediately created this, and it is so powerful. So it does help on the psychic levels. These are going to be the shields for mental state. You know, when you're confused, you know, everything's all confused and you don't know what's up, what's down. Your mental space is maybe being invaded by perhaps other people psychically. All those kinds of things, this shield is very powerful for. And it brings a sense of, I would say this one connects, I don't usually say necessarily a certain race, but I do have the races that can connect with certain shields. And the Arcturians connect with this one a lot. So vibrationally, they come in and do a lot of the purification in the energy field of the mind, which I call the mind field sometimes, because it feels like you're walking through a minefield in your mind, you know, just all of a sudden, poof, poof, poof. You know, that's how it feels like when we're walking through this. So this clears and purifies that thought forms and clears the field and helps in that area. So this is a really, really powerful one to work with. And again, all of these are just like visual activations, but they also contain codes that the more you look at them, the more you integrate, the more it works for you. And it works in mysterious ways. So I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, but just the mysteriousness of how you think it's going to work is may not exactly how it will show up it working in your life. It has a very unique undercurrent and subconscious way of working. Okay, so let's go to couldn't forget about the empaths. How many empaths in here? Just about everybody, right? And those of you who didn't raise your hand, you probably are, just not calling it that, because everybody is. So, but basically the empath shield is really all about the emotions. It's all about the emotional body. And so this one works so well for all of the people that are intuitive empaths that have trouble with what? Boundaries. Boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. So in learning boundaries, we've all had to experience this type of thing. But this shield will actually help you in creating healthy boundaries. Okay, there is such thing as too many boundaries. And we've seen this in where you have too many things like heart walls, you know, built up over time. And as we like to say, it's like you have a gate around your heart, and then you have another gate, and then you have another gate, and then you got 2 Doberman pinchers in front of it, right? Another gate in front of that, and you just can't get through. Well, that's excessive boundaries, okay? That is not a healthy thing, but we all do need to have some boundaries, right? Otherwise, we can't really function down here too well. So I like this one because it deals with the emotional body, which most of us are dealing with on a regular basis around here. So when you're dealing with issues of other people's stuff, and even in your own stuff, riding the roller coaster of emotions, right? But other people's emotions, this also helps to deflect that so that you don't take on other people's stuff and other people's issues. Anger, you know, even sadness, grief, all that stuff that a lot of healers, which a lot of people in this room tend to take on as their own, okay? This one really helps to say, it's not yours, you don't have to take it, you don't have to process it even, you can still be there and effective as a healer and be there and have that empathy for them, and compassion is probably even better to have, and just not take it on. So I love this one. It works just so well, and it's like this watery kind of energy that helps to rebalance. And the thing that these shields really help with is repatterning. I find that they just repattern the way that you have been, or the way that maybe hasn't been working in your past, and then it repatterns a new vibrational situation, frequency, so that you can be more effective in what you're doing, okay? So, I'm going to go to the astral healing shield. Playing in the astral plane. This one is really helpful for people in, well, we're all working in the astral plane, especially at night in our dream time, right? We work in the dream time constantly, so we're never getting a rest. We're never getting a break. We work through. But this also helps to deflect some of those lower negative energies that are working in the astral plane. So, hey, there's a lot of positive stuff there, but there's also a lot of things that are, you know, nasty and you don't want to be messing with in the astral plane. So this is also very helpful in deflecting. This reminds me of, it doesn't look like it as far as visually, but the energy of it reminds me of, who's seen, you know, Doctor Strange? Anyone know Doctor Strange, right? Okay, remember when he creates these shields, right? And then they kind of go through these different portals, but it's this sort of energy. But there's a scene in that movie that where he is, I don't know the name of the movie, if it's Doctor Strange or if it's in another one, but it's when he is in, well, there are a lot of scenes in that movie about them being in different state of their astral body. So they kind of lift up, you know, and this whole ghostly like energy comes out of their own physical form, and they're in their astral form. And the thing that connects you is that cord, right? The cord, the silver cord, that if that gets severed, you're gone. Okay, so we don't want to sever that cord before it's time. And so this shield also helps to strengthen that umbilical cord, if you will, to not sever that cord and to strengthen it so that you can have astral experiences in that realm without diving into some of the negative stuff. Okay, so that's why I really like this one. Also deflecting entities. Okay, some of the energies that you just do not want to be playing around with, this can help to deflect them in the astral. This also connects into the etheric body. I said that the purification shield also works with the etheric, but so does this one, because as you dream and you go through stuff in your dream space and you're in your astral body, or even if you're astral traveling, not in a dream, but in a meditation or something, you go out of body, you're bringing back all sorts of things that get imprinted into the etheric body. And when the etheric body gets the imprint of that, it then moves down into your physical body and into your chakra systems. So that's why it's really important to keep that area very clear and very clean. So this helps to, it's like a breath of fresh air is kind of how I see this shield working. And you just sort of breathe, because it's, you know, the astral body is sort of like the air element, you know, it's kind of the unseen, but it's this breath of fresh air that brings that in and helps you to stay very centered and very grounded when you're in your state of astral traveling or astral energy, or dream state, or lucid dreaming, or one of those types of situations. Also in your meditation, okay? Right. Okay. I don't know if you can read that. It's a little hard to read, but it's the Guardian Healing Shield. This one is connected to the galactic realms. So this particular shield is very interesting. It actually is connecting to ETs, okay, so extraterrestrial energies. And but I would say it helps to also connect you with your star family. So those of you guys who are connecting, most everybody in this room, right, wants to connect to their star family and connect to positive ETs. We don't want to be working with the ones that are super low vibrational. And so this particular shield helps to connect with that of the higher realms. The ones that you're going to be dealing with here are the guardians. Okay, I've done an image called Guardian Sacred Builder that talks a lot about the guardian race, or it's not really a race. I shouldn't say that. I always say it, but it's not a race. It is a conglomeration, like a federation of multiple different species. And I started to get information from them many, many years ago. I'd never even heard of it. But as it came forward and was getting more information, it's like I just saw Randy Kramer behind the scenes behind here, and he was wearing the Golden Lantern, the Green Lantern. And anyone who's seen that movie, it's one of my favorite movies of all of them. And in the beginning of that scene, you see the council of these, they're all different looking, these beings that look different, and they are sworn to the oath to protect and to secure the areas of what they work in the realms. So they're like this giant council or federation. And the guardians are very much like that, where they have a very high realm to work in. And so this shield really connects you to them. And what they help you to do is to bring down blueprints. They are, what I've received from my download is that they are the overseers of the blueprinters group. And they also are some of the overseers of the ancient builder races. And so if you can think about, that's a pretty wide scope, and they work in a lot of different realms, but they do help us tremendously here on Earth, as they do in many other planets. So that's why I called it the Guardian Healing Shield instead of the Galactic Healing Shield, even though it connects with the galactic realms. It's very powerful, okay? And it also helps to, those of you guys that deal or have or experience implants that aren't so pleasant, okay, or negative implants or something, this shield also really helps to clear that field of all the negative implants and to either dissolve them if they're not for your highest good, or to replace them with even positive, some implants that are not negative. There are some good ones that we get from our star family. So only connecting you to those beings, though, they're of the highest frequency for you. And if people have had negative experiences, like in where people will say they've been abducted or something, and they've had negative trauma and stuff like that, that can also help to clear it, because this is really overlaying a very high positive vibration on the whole field, okay? So lastly, we have on this section, we've got the Ascension Healing Shield. That's what we're all working on, right? The Ascension, yay! And this is bringing in the energies of angelic and galactic somewhat, but it's more angelic. Also, the high vibrations of your spiritual guides. So the ones that you work with, the high vibrations of those energies to help you with ascension. Now, Stansel Bear and I always like to say, you guys, we've all ascended already, okay? We've already done this. We've already done this, so we don't have to keep trying to ascend. We're just back here doing it here on this planet, yes, but we're doing it again. So we've already done this, okay? So some of this is about just energizing the frequency of you being perhaps even teacher, but connecting to your own ascension. And that's what is very important here, is to get your spiritual guides connected to you, and it comes full circle. This is and also I want to say contract completion, because when you're having to do with contracts here, we're all dealing with contracts. Some of them we want to complete, and sometimes we can actually request a rapid completion of that contract. So you can attune to your Ascension Spiritual Shield to help with that as well. And like I said, these work in succession, but the order that I brought them forth here is actually the order that I recommend people work with them, and provide, that whole full encompassing energy scope of all of them together as they work in a beautiful unison. But that's the order that I like to work with them in terms of the realms. When you're dealing with the realms, always start with internal, your higher self connection to source, And then you end with the spiritual connection, where sandwiched in middle is all of the stuff we're dealing with all the time on our physical, mental, spiritual, emotional kind of bodies, okay? So I have so that's the 7 healing shields. Now, I'm going to show you this picture. This is my little story about these, okay? At the end of March, I decided, finally, you know what? I'm going to put up all the healing shields on our wall in the house. I hadn't done it. I was like, wow, I was pretty surprised I hadn't done it, but timing, I decided it was right time. So I put them all up, and Stands with Bear and I stood in front of them. This was the end of March, just last month. And we stood up there and oh my gosh, we were like, wow, the energy just changed in the whole room. We just felt like everything shifted. And we were, whoa, literally like a breath of fresh air just blew in the house. Like everything just kind of shifted in that moment. We really felt it. And so we were just like, whoa. So a week goes by, April 1st comes around, and April 1st, I thought was an April Fool's joke, but it wasn't, is we got a notification that we have to leave our place we've been living in for 12 years, and they're selling the property, and we have to move out, and they only were going to give us like 30 days. The property management company actually likes, we've done great, great tenant, everything, so they actually fought for another month for us, but we literally have to be out by the end of May now. And so it was kind of interesting because since that time, it was like really April 1st it started. After this happened, week goes by, we have these up, then that happens, and it kept cascading. All these different things. It was like this rapid thing trying to push us out. And we actually also had thought the last few months prior to this, we had been thinking, wow, our place is we've kind of outgrown this. We love it. It's awesome. But our expanded energies have grown out. There's not enough room in here. We're just feeling so we've been thinking that, okay? So just in our thoughts a few months. So if you think about that's why I said, be careful of what you think about. My God, it's not like you have to even have that repetitive thoughts anymore. Like before it was like, okay, over and over and over and over. Then it's created. Now it's like, you create just by saying stuff. Like, don't even, not even that much of saying it. So that's why I'm saying we put the shields up. And actually, as I realized it, because it's really hitting all areas of our life right now. And we're excited about it because, we're obviously nervous about what the hell is going to happen. But we're also excited because we know that this is happening for a reason. And that the different reorganizations, the different repatterning, and what I feel really happened with this is that these shields went through our house, went through, whether tell the walls, whatever, this just went through and was starting to feel all the energies in the house, starting to see what we've been thinking about, how we've been, what we want or what we would like, what it is currently in the place. And then it was like, okay, no, you guys need to move somewhere else. So I'm just telling you, if you were to get all these shields and put them up on your wall like I did, just be ready. Don't even do it if you're not ready, because I guarantee you, shit's gonna happen. I'm just saying. So just be mindful of what you want, right? But that's why I actually recommend just working with one of them, okay? Because that's or working with the universal healing shield as it, and then pick one other one to work with. Do that for a while, because they will shift and they will change. I guess we were just the experiment and wanting to just do it all at one time, So that's kind of the story about that. But again, we are excited about it. But this is the healing shields that I think are, I'm trying to get people to upgrade and to lift them up, to work on higher levels. And so that's why the shields are really powerful for many, many different reasons. And I do have them, like I said, they're available on my website in many different forms, okay? So what I want to do really quickly is I want to share, some of you guys know my Magical Dimensions Oracle cards. I also have I do have some of them here with me. we don't have a table, but I do have some here. And all of my, well, I think I've mentioned this to some people, is that I have a second deck that will come out, but it doesn't come out until 2022 or 23, because with publishing, it just takes so long. But I've turned all the materials in anyways, and it will be coming out. And then I'm also going to be doing a second edition of my Magical Dimensions Oracle deck, which will come out after that. So again, 22, 23. But I wanted to give you guys a sneak peek because I'm going to be adding 11 new images to that deck. So I wanted to show you guys the images real quick. And then because they're vibrationally very high, and some of them actually relate to what's going on right now, even though it's not going to come out. So I wanted to do that and have you guys, you know, just take a look. So that's what we're going to do, is I'm showing sneak peeks, okay? They are on my website, though, for sale. I did put them up, but you won't see them in an Oracle deck until, obviously, that comes out in a couple of years. And so, okay. So the first one we're going to be is Perseverance, okay? The reason why this is related to right now is, well, those of you guys that like the White Lion, obviously, but this is kind of energy that talks about when you're feeling despondent, or you're feeling like you just want to maybe give up, and don't give up, right? Never surrender. I'm going to say, don't give up, never surrender. That's Stands with Bear's line. So really, we like to, you know, you might have to take a break. You might have to take a recovery time, just to time out, but don't give up, because this is kind of like what's going on in the world right now. Is we somewhat feel defeated in some ways and just like, oh, what's going on? But then just wait, you know, take the reprieve. There's always that courage of the White Lion behind you with that beautiful energy that's there and ready to go, okay, on the next round. So that's going to be Perseverance. And some of these things, like I said, activating. Second one is a big one for right now, okay? Big one. Shifting frequencies, okay? I just did actually it's the same weekend, the Seven Seals Summit this weekend, but I actually did a presentation I'm there at the same time as I am here, because theirs is virtual, so I already did it ahead of time. But I talked about the shifting frequencies. And this one is about the bandwidth of frequencies. So as you can see, she's beckoning you in to rapidly change the frequencies up. It's like bandwidths, okay? We're on different bandwidths, and we want to raise from lower to higher, and that's what we're all doing. So this one helps with raising frequencies and moving and shifting them up to higher realms. So that one cannot be more powerful and present in this moment, because we're all needing to do that when everything feels like, you know, the shit's hitting the fan and everything's going haywire. We need to be able to instantly shift into frequencies. I have a way of doing that, which I actually talked about in that conference. I'm not have time to go into it here, but I have a really great way of actually doing this, especially when you're in lower vibrations like anger, frustration, and all of that. So this one really helps out with that. Okay, so next one is Violet Flame. How many people work with the Violet Flame? So it's really powerful stuff. This is one of the energies that works with Violet Flame. So we've got an angelic here that is bringing in the energies of the Violet Flame, and also we've got Metatron's cube up there too. Hey, there's a pointer. Okay, so Metatron's cube is up there. Now I'm gonna have all sorts of fun with this thing. Butterfly, the candle down here. So everything is lit up, right? So we're diffusing and bringing in new energies, transmutation energies, as well as bringing in new energies with this activation. Very powerful Violet Flame. Okay, it's probably one of Stan's Bear's favorite, and he's gonna be talking more about this in his talk tomorrow, so I'm not gonna steal it from him. But basically, duality, basically we're talking about this actually can be two different ways, where we're showing the duality of what's going on in our world right now, but we're also, this could be also looked at like we're coming together. All we have to do is just take that one step, you know, and both sides can kind of meet. It's like Rayon was talking about, night side, light side, working together, shadow side also. So it's the bridge of those. And lifetimes. This one is, I think he's also using this one, so I won't talk too much about it. But this has to do with past lives and different timelines and different experiences that you've had and stepping back in time. And it's funny, it's moving. I feel like we're on a boat here. I was like, whoa, I was like rocking along with it. So going backward in time, you know, to the times that you've been is very interesting. So it's breathing. It is. It's like it has a life of its own. It's alive. So this one's really great, star power. This is for all of you guys too. I wanted to create one that has to do with star energies, your star seed self, to step into that beautiful power that you are. I've got a couple things, you know, the blue jaguar, if you've ever seen one, I don't know, but there's one in there. And we've got some fairy energies, the starlight though that's coming in, transmission energy that comes in. So this is your transmissions, your downloads, taking your responsibility for your purpose and what you're doing and what you're getting downloaded. This also has a very huge tie-in to that. So when you get downloads and you get new information and you get new intel, you are to utilize that to step it up, right? To step up your game, to use it for whatever it's meant to be used for, to help humanity and beyond. Okay, so really great one for the star seeds and star power. And this one is really great. It's called ripple effect. And I love this because how many times have you guys created, it's like throwing a little pebble in a pond. You throw a pebble in of manifestation and then it ripples out. And you're like, yay, okay, I'm creating. This ripple effect is going out. Well, what do most of us end up doing? We either get very impatient or we don't think it's working and we throw another pebble in there. At the same time, well, maybe we just throw another pebble in. Then all of a sudden we're just throwing all these pebbles in and the ripples are just going everywhere. Just chaotic and crazy. So this is really about being careful, being mindful of where you're creating and what you're putting out there in the ripples of energy and manifestation. And you want to make sure you're not confusing the manifestation with too many pebbles in the pond of creation, because it will tend to distort or dilute or negate something that you're trying to create. So the message is patience. And having patience with your process and manifestation. I mean, things are manifesting very quickly now, so we don't have to have a lot of patience anymore as much as we used to, because things are so rapid. But it is also just about making sure that you're not putting too many things in the fire at one time. And we've got Gateway, which actually connects to Telos. As you can see up there, that's kind of Mount Shasta. So this one connects to Mount Shasta Telosian energy. It's the Telosian Gateway. And it is actually started out as a custom image for one of my clients. And Rick Hall, he's awesome. And his has a bunch of codes in it that this one doesn't, but he was kind enough to let me use it as, you know, my work, but without the specific codes for him. But this one was just really, really powerful. And I wanted to bring this through for everyone so that it's just literally about walking through the gateway. So as we walk through the gateway of the unknown, okay, I know we're doing that right now, walking through the gateway of the unknown with open arms, with excitement, with adventure, and to know that it's an expansive new realm you're going into. It also has to do with inner journey. So those taking very inward journeys, spiritual journeys, shifts and changes in your life to open up to new things, new visions, new ideas, new experiences, and to have that with open arms. And the Telosian energy is very crystal based. So I always feel like they have a lot of connections to crystals. So that's why you see a lot of the main crystal in the middle, because it's all about the crystalline energy. And the Telosians are connected to Lemuria and very crystalline energy there too. So that's why I wanted to bring this one through. like I said, some of these are really relevant now, even though you won't see them in my deck until later. But it'll be relevant then too. It's just that it's really relevant now. All right. Now, for those of you who astrologers out there, I decided to put a few things in here because I thought they were important. So one of them is the solar eclipse, and the energies of the solar eclipse that the rendition here is the fire phoenix. And so the fire phoenix is all about coming out, transformation. And so when we go through that solar eclipses, we're always eclipsing something out of our lives. But in this case, we're also new opportunities that are going to be coming forth that have a much greater, broader, expansive energy. And so I wanted to bring forth the solar eclipse and also bringing forth the lunar eclipse. So we've got the energy. So if you get, obviously you can think about if you get this in a card reading and eventually you get it, then you'll know that it is about solar or lunar eclipses. Lunar eclipse having to do with also eclipsing things out of your life, but this is really about letting go, completion, releasing. It can be sadness and grief, in some ways. That's why you see kind of her sitting off by herself. It's kind of like releasing things that are no longer really serving anymore, but they're kind of hard to release sometimes. They carry more emotions, okay? Lunar being tied to more of the emotions, solar being tied to more of the expansive energies of release. So they're kind of a two different ones, but I'm excited about this because I know the astrologers will, oh my God, there's that in there. So I really wanted to have this. And so that's why I'm adding these to the repertoire of images that I have for you guys, and also for the future deck, because they're energies that I felt it's nice that I could go through and say, what was missing in the first one, or what do I want to add, and bring these to light, okay? So lastly, I think this is the last one on here, is the golden age, which again, we are in the golden age. How many of you guys know that? We are in the golden age. We are in the Aquarian age. This is the age we've stepped into, okay? In my view, we are already in it. I know some astrologers that can look at it and say we won't be there until, 2059 or something. But I feel we've already been in transition for the last 50 years, and now we are in the beginning stages of the golden age, and that a lot of us that were born in the 1960s were, these are the kind of bringers of that heralding in of the golden age, the new age, bringing it in. And then some of the people that are born like after 2010, which are going to be the newer children coming in, they're going to be taking the torch. It's like the relay race, where you're just, here's the baton, and they're the ones that are going to take and run with it. We are the ones, in case I don't know how old everybody is here, but I guarantee you there's a lot of people that were born, after 1960 in this room. How many of you guys? Let me just see a show of hands. See, a lot of people. You guys were all the ones that are bringing this stuff forward for the next generations. It's not necessarily all for us. So that's why our job is a little bit more difficult because we're the ones like the indigos that came in to break all the, stuff that's not working and get rid of that stuff and make a fuss because it's not working. And then make it an easier path for the crystallines to come in. Well, same true for all of us working in the golden age or the Aquarian age. We're the ones bringing this forth. So I just had to bring in one that has to do with the golden age because we're in it right now. And we need these. Sandalper and I work a lot with the golden liquid light, okay? The high vibration of golden liquid light. There's just nothing like it, okay? It's a very high energy, but it brings in that light, that sunlight energy, the brilliance of what makes our energy strong and what makes us, just our spiritual sense. We get that fire going and that energy surge, and that it really helps us with higher vibrations. So I really wanted to bring the golden age through, which is one of my favorite. And you can't really tell maybe in here, but there are a couple dolphins up there at the top. because the energy of the dolphins brings in the fun, the lightness, the energy that we all need sometimes when it gets really heavy and the energy is kind of pulling us down. We want to pull it back up with the lightness, the brightness, the golden light, and the dolphins. All right, so that's part of that. How much time do I have left? I don't even know. Does anyone know? Oh, really? Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. I did talk about that. And yes, Jason's my helper with that. But I do have some of the Magical Dimensions Oracle deck here in the bag that we have here. But what I wanted to do, since I had some time, I wasn't sure where I was going to finish off with all of this. But I thought I would do, at the end here, a light language activation for you all. Would you like that? Yeah, I am known as the light language lady, right? So I guess I have to do this. If I had time, I was like, oh, I got to do this. So I'm going to, hold on one second. I'm just going to put this down really quick here. So I have one free hand. All right, so I think you know what I'm going to do is go backwards here. If I can flip back, I'm going to have these.
You stay in Wonderland.
I have to go all the way back to the beginning here because I want to have that one that's up that has all of the shields on it. So now you get a reflect here. In past.
Remember,
I should ask, right? Are you guys ready for it? Anyone who's not ready for change might want to go to the bathroom right now. Just saying. I mean, I'd pick one, but hey, if we have to go through it, you guys got to go through it. I'm just kidding. Okay, we're almost back here. I think this is going just a little lag time here. One more. There we go. All right. So vortex energy here. So when I do these light language activations for everybody, never know quite what's going to come forth. So, and most likely my activations are going to be changing from one language into the other. I don't know what is playing in the background, but I'm like, what is that? Is that like Brian's awesome music he's got on his computer or something? I don't know. I was like, not quite the right music. I mean, you can play one of mine again if you want in the background, doesn't matter, but that was funny. Oh, that's funny. So, yeah, these are going to be energies that will flow from one to the other. So don't worry about what language is she speaking. Just put that mind off to the side and just kind of be in the space of energizing, receiving whatever comes. And if you get messages that come through in words, in English or your native language, then let that be. It's okay, But I'm just going to go with it. And I'm going to also bring some energies through that will help to smooth over so that it won't hopefully be as dramatic as what's happening here. But just when you're doing this, I want you guys to think about just pick one area in your life perhaps that you would like to maybe upgrade or shift or change or something that would like to transform, and just put your focus on that while we're doing this, okay? So everybody get into a nice deep space, take a nice deep breath, and release. Good. Shinesta karmanas tadarashi kinos koronodo. Do sono kushin sarasan tarimi sukurush kotoronore. Do sonadatish karana turgutukriushkiri atagriatagriantagriash konom. So to gromadeshkiri anno to shonargeski biatagriatagriatagron, soromeshkiri. Samara kashkono so much yokotukriashkirgondietiom. Sutormadeshki taranako sontoromashki diantriatriatromtroskom. Sutormadeshki sonamarkashkom tormada ashkom doronsco shishko saramaneste. Saranos gudiana taramadashom, Uranato on torom arshmani okorom, Somatara chibriasam amashumte kunkaras. Parasum tarashi ikora tarmanasa, Itarana umsa kashimeata. Sita tananasa tananete teneneko unsaran mashato sontarashanto taramadashato tarashon sarati intasanato umasusoni shishiana tasumna kanimishi no suno maratasanati suturushigederitin te on taramanasa tanane tu unso santa amso ishini tu unkura amsa untai se unseshianan dai sona kaimi se unsosho unso shiguayente Sumti sian taran atsosun, sare shunkurian taramso, unchi wachishan, to sono kason tara unsayo shim, huon taramanasaki, sontashe sudana amaso, unkaiso unse tentes, unso she untarmaso, itesona amsaki shua tana isoda, ansari isokonashe, so tarana ansi itiushama katsiananas. Masona taem ta som Bekhela knashtik ne akalestend isokor akalekeshen Sukun aglaklek nes tamakash Bakafines Bastan alakesh tikir kalak nestem unak laki Tutu shokalak nek ek achan eshtik ichnia Otokonun usok la kama shake yin tiakro kor an sakwai tekne wakayek na shikim bastekne amashakindi akwaran tan makalakeshen sokaret mek hitaramoku urshakalak das dani ekme dakomal alashenak Haranda sarayende barandaya sakunar barantashan almalayeti dukuro kurienini wanatan marse sheleya ale gulungula mantaye ma awan mai saye gave haran dayam sa baren harai benesi ura Barantura, Mari Ekra, Shaimi, Sanan, Halesh. Ike wakan asakini kiwash anata make umasa ti suna. Densa mahi kiwa gayeshan, gabola tanagu guranji. Shumbaguage dezege maga, da hunga. Dezuma gojudi, zogo garneji givigede zendo goromagara jando garadeniziba gado jogo ganada marador. Daramazogo jidura, tazandare gemiagora garavanjea, gugungu izamada zobajidi magar varanzeji, jangio, gaye dizumba gaye, zana zaraj arjan. Everybody take a nice deep breath in and breathe all the energies and the codes integrating into your body, into your cells, into your physical, etheric, astral, all the different realms around you. Just breathing in the energy and letting it flow. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for everything. I hope you enjoyed that. Love you guys. Aya,
Akis Ayatea I Shantika Chitis I Chisatai Oish Anshan Okisha Ayanaya Kaisha Kia Cha
You guys having fun yet?
We are Unifying the Cosmic Awakening Band, and I want to introduce you to, I don't have my microphone here today, but yeah, and then Thunder Voice. It's that power of thunder. Now I got 3 thunders. And anyway, we have Astarias, didgeridoo, and vocal, what would you call your harmonics? That is way cool. This band is like incredible. Woo-woo! Stands with Bear, flutes. This man can sing like a bird and with the whole tree. This man can rock out too, man. I'm Thunder Beat. And, you know, doing world music now. I played in rock bands for about 25 years in New York, full drum set with all guys. I was a pioneer for women because it took me a long time to get auditions. It's like, you can't audition, you're a girl. Yeah, girls don't play drums. That was in the 80s. I said, well, while you're auditioning, I'll just, you know, call me up, put me in their line. And I'm not bragging, but it's the truth. I blew away 60 drummers at a time.
True story.
Swear to God. Very true. I'm not bragging, I'm just saying I worked my butt off on that one. I was very dedicated to drumming. Yes, and this is Shekinah, beautiful star being. My God, her voice transcends me. Her voice transcends me every time she even talks. We got Michael. My God. This man, I swear he's been taken up in the ships, I don't know, hundreds of times, because all the knowledge he comes up with is like, what? Where did you get that from? I'm telling you, they download him all kinds of information and music, which is the sounds of the future. Music is the medicine of the future. And Edgar Cayce actually said that in the 1940s. Yes, sound will be the medicine of the future. So we are Sedona Cosmic Awakening, yes, and the Cosmic Awakening Band. We got a few more songs for you, and thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Kiana
Sua Kurunata, Praprayata Nata Flata Hayayata Yuanata,
Crystal Sakyana Eleato
Yali Yuanata, Esuta Yuanata, Wana Esuta Yuanata Hayayata Yuanata,
Crystal Asilia Kashi.
That's what I'm
Hey, Thank you.
Eyes closed and dreams go free. Got an angel next to me. Hold me close so I can breathe. Let me go so I can live. Where do we go from here? Take me far away, so we can stop the time, and love will take its place. Where do we go from here? Take me far away, so we can stop the time, and love will take its place. It will be tonight when I turn off the world for you. It will be tonight when I turn up the stars for you. It will be tonight when I turn off the world for you. It will be tonight.
All right. We've had such a journey to get here. Put your hands together. Let's go. It's my turn, baby. I'm a little different. Let's go. Let's go. All right. It's like Kevin Hart got the microphone. Let's make multidimensional fun and easy, shall we? All right. Woo! Slow it down. Slow it down. All right. So, for everyone at home, love you. For everyone watching on across the planet, love you. Where are we, ladies and gentlemen? One more time, Sedona. All right, and you are at Sedona Cosmic Awakening. I'm your host, Rion. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you guys today. Now, there are a lot of things that are going to be playing in the background, and I chose this. One, I love Vishnu. He's rad. I love him, hence my outfit, the India outfit. But can you guys see all the faces up behind him? Okay, can anyone raise your hand and tell me who those beings are above him? There we go. You don't even have to raise your hand. She's like, isn't that obvious? Doesn't everyone know that? There are people in 3D people. I know we're in Sedona. So yes, his higher selves. So I'd like to start off by the main thing I ask my fellow awesome galactic beings, what are some questions you would like to discuss today? The main thing I get is higher self integration, dealing with some of your higher self night side dudes, how to find your purpose, how to walk your walk, and how to talk your talk. Raise your hand if there's anything else you would like to add to this conversation. From you. Yes? How do you shut your mind off? Yes, and my brother. Yes, and the ley lines and the dragon lines that are being shifted for a very good reason. Anyone else? Brother in the back? Shadow integration. So, I do know. Okay. We'll make this real cool, calm, and collective for you guys, and I want to give you guys some little stories to help you guys. The reason why I tell funny stories when I'm giving certain, explanations, that you'll never forget it. If I make you laugh and I make you giggle, you're like, he talked about that. I'm laughing at myself. Did I think that, or did he say that? So that's the way that I like to share my information is, in the beginning, when you guys are waking up, you're going to go through that first conspiracy theory level, which is like, who is responsible for messing this place up? Number one. Who are these weird people that no one sees and hides behind the scenes? And what am I doing here now? Like, you almost become self-aware. Why do you think, this whole thing in AI is such a big deal with the singularity or, everyone's always worried about these computers. Oh no, what happens when a computer becomes self-aware? I'm like, oh no, what happens when a 100-million-year-old being becomes self-aware wearing a popsicle suit in 3D on a podunk planet known as Earth in the outskirts of the Milky Way galaxy, who probably jumped back in time 2,000-3,000 years to be here? Well, what happens then? Riddle me that, Batman. A lot of us are these characters. I want you guys to understand that your higher selves are absolute rock stars. Your higher selves know exactly what you're supposed to be doing. However, we are on a free will planet. If your higher selves want to share information with you, they want you to obviously be the best version of yourself. However, they also want you to have the 3D experience. Raise your hand if you partied like a rock star in your 20s. Okay. For everyone at home, it's like 88% of you. Now, raise your hand if you wish you partied a little less hard. Raise your hand if you shouldn't have listened to MTV and you wish you had a mentor going, hey, maybe not every night. Okay. We're on the same page here. The main thing about this place is distraction, okay? How do you keep a supernatural being under control with the same power output, going through emotional rehab, understanding all time is relative? How do you control beings like that? The only way to control a supernatural being that walks in the flesh, you guys, is to keep them unconscious, sleeping. You're comatose on a stretcher. You're not fully here. Okay? That's the only way. When you guys step into your power, you'll understand that every single being, every single aspect, every single fourth dimensional anchor biter is nothing compared to the awesomeness you are. Okay? How do we get there? Well, we got to go through the first levels of these traps. 1, mom and dad programming. Raise your hand. Have you broken your mom and dad's programming? Raise your hand. Okay, very good. That's everyone in this room for the whole planet watching. We love our mommies and our daddies, by the way. And we love Pop and Grandma. Okay, but they were raised in a different generation with a different level of controls, programs, and history that they lived through. So what happens? Every single time you have a child, you have a fractal. Every time you have a fractal, any sort of unprocessed, sorted data gets transferred to that child. For example, say our grandfathers were in World War II, like my grandfather. He lied about his age and joined World War II when he was 16 years old. Okay, Grandpa was an awesome guy before he passed. Couldn't remember where his car keys was. He had dementia at the end. But I go, Grandpa, tell me about when you were on the beach and your commander slipped in his own poo-poo and you guys were laughing your butts off. Could pull back every single frame at 80, I think he was 88 years old, of that emotion. Oh, it was hilarious. My commanding officer wouldn't go outside because there was mortar shells going off, so he used the restroom in the bunker, and a mortar shell went off and he slipped into his own stuff. And we were laughing ourselves, we were pissing ourselves, we were laughing so hard. And I think back to myself about how many times in life that our memories really are bound with emotion. So again, 88 years old, ask him the same thing. Hey, Grandpa, where are the car keys? What? Hey, Grandpa, did you eat today? Grandpa, tell me about, 75 years ago in a foxhole. Well, let me tell you. And the guy just rambles on. What I'm trying to say is our memories are bound to emotion. Remember this. When you guys are working with people, you're giving sessions. Remember, your soul is trying to untie a knot in someone, and you're supposed to be strong enough to have already walked that path to aid them. Agreed? How can you help somebody if you have not put on their same shoes? So a true empath will put on many pairs of shoes. Correct? Awesome. There's a question there. It's coming. Okay. So some of the things to process and understand. The faster you go, the more you're going to have to process. The more you access and activate your dormant DNA, the faster you're going to move. There is no turn on my dormant DNA and let me watch Netflix and eat some pizza. That does not exist. So for everyone on earth who wants your third eye on, everyone on earth who wants your throat chakra on, everyone on earth who wants their kundalini rising, right? Listen, how much can you balance honestly, and how much fear do you really have? Your higher selves will not turn your third eyes on if you have fear. Why? Because when your third eye comes on, your higher selves cannot control what you see through that lens. For example, say I have a car parked outside called Rion's Third Eye Adventures. If I said, hey, come on, guys, we're going to go turn our third eyes on, hop on in. Here's the thing. You're going to see through your third eye, but I can't control what you're going to see through these windows. Okay? That's the truth. For example, say we drove through a really nice area in Beverly Hills. All the houses are $10 million a piece. Everything outside is nice, beautiful, whatever on the surface, right? But All of a sudden, we drive downtown LA, and I'm driving through the back alleys where everyone's doing drugs, sitting in curbs, living in tents. I can't, nor can you, control what you see through that eye. So I want to be completely clear with you. Be careful what you ask for, number one, and if you ask for it, know what you're getting involved in. Why? The responsibility of your power is something you hold. That is your responsibility, okay? If you're the highest vibratory being in the room, it is your job to balance the room. If you're having a conference, a meeting, a party, a coffee, a gathering at your house, and you are the highest vibratory being in the room, it is your job to, I do the shoe thing, you know, so here comes all your friends. Dragon blood is already lit, which is incense, in the potted plant. I already presaged. Your juju's not getting on any of my furniture. I've got organite under the couches, and like, you know, I'm pre-lit for this thing, right? Come on over. As they come in, you're the one who's supposed to be like, hi, welcome, hug, flex left pectoral, blow so much golden light through their body, it's a shock wave. Nice to meet you. 3D vessel inner child has no idea what just happened. You just blew their 4D night self and their night stream out your house, and I go, hey, hang out with the neighbors, they're awesome. And I just plug you in at the neighbor's house. I have parties at my house all the time. Everyone's 4D is on the right-hand side of the property, dancing on someone's roof, and they're doing their own thing. I just go, hey, you're cool? No, we don't do that here. You got to go over here. No. I separate the streams. Many of you guys do this unconsciously all the time. Light is on your left, night is on your right. The reason why there's no good or bad in this universe is because there's different motivations for an action. Understand this. This is adult talking. Yeah, we can call it good or bad. But truly, what is it? It's different actions, different motivations for an action. What are you seeking? Many of you guys, when you go upstairs and you guys are on these galactic councils, understand that everything that comes out of your mouth, every syllable, is in a function of universal truth, and they all kind of talk like attorneys. Why? They understand universal law. They're not confused. Your higher selves are not confused whatsoever, at all, ever. Okay? The only thing that we get confused upon is, well, which team am I going to play on? Well, the light team is angelic, and there's berries and fruits, and there's all kinds of nice things. Well, what's the other team offering? Well, there's things. Lots of instant gratification with strings attached. Okay? Be careful with those strings attached, ladies and gentlemen. So when you guys come on in your power, in those ancient versions of yourself, they go, oh my God, my vessels just raised their frequency enough where I can actually communicate and tether to them or braid to their DNA in the physical. All of a sudden, you guys will start having new characters in your dreams. They've been with you the whole time. You've never been aware enough to hear them. Your frequency wasn't high enough. Imagine if all the frequencies of everything you ever heard through these biological ears that hear in stereo, very complicated here. You want to turn that surround sound on, turn your throat chakra on, right? Certain bandwidth. If all of these realities are happening above our head, right, at a higher frequency, higher bandwidth, 30 frames per second is so slow I cannot begin to express how slow our eyeballs see. No one talks about this. 30 frames per second, okay? Why? Anyone had a near-death life experience? Raise your hand. Okay, did time slow down? Do you know why time slowed down? When your adrenal glands fire in your brain, your eyes see at 60 frames per second. No, time did not slow down. You saw twice as fast because that's what it is. Our bodies are these little super awesome biological gifts from our creators. And some DNA we juked. We juked some of that DNA. You guys want to know some secrets about how to have some fun with your night side? And how to push back a little bit? All right, don't blame me, but this is really funny stuff to do. I need a chair. Here we go. He knows the Force, Luke. He knows, he's the gray Jedi. He knows both. All right. Fun things to do to your 10D Draconian. All right, here we go. I thought no one knew about him. I'm like, oh, we all know, sweetheart. Calm down. Okay, so cool things to do with your higher selves. So to remember, this is some cool things. All right, so number one, that cord runs both directions. Okay? What does that mean? If your higher self can talk to you, you can talk to them. If your higher self can jump to you and sit in your bedroom, you can jump into their bedroom. No one talks about this either. I don't know why. So, fun things to do with your higher selves. There's things to do specifically when you guys are testing your powers, when you're testing your consciousness, when you're testing why. The thing we all have to understand is why. Why do you want to know? Do you understand that if you do know, you now are no longer able to play stupid? Many beings do have questions like curiosity is the cat. When you find out the truth, you can't ask that same question again. For example, my higher selves are on me like white on rice. I have to be in 100% integrity 24 hours a day, 365, or I have like Sean Connery on steroids. Is that how you'd like to be treated, boy? Like some old like Kingman things, you know, not like this little modern age, you know, real things, old things, loyalty things, Knights of the Round Table things. I don't know what this little modern world we're playing with, you know. This little modern world's interesting. Our morals back in the day were so gnarly, ladies and gentlemen. When you told someone, I will be there as the sun rises, guess what? You were there the next day as the sun rose. Okay? This is how your higher selves work. For example, you want to go on an activation. You want to go someplace cool. Take it very seriously. Do map study. Go on Google Maps. Every time I did an activation on this planet, I zoomed into 200 feet and I mapped every single moment. Here's when I get out of the airplane. Here's my hotel. What's the difference from the hotel to the activation point? I mapped the entire thing and printed it out like we used to do with maps before Waze, right? And I had a file. I'm like, circled time. I will be here at this time. Why? It gives your higher selves an opportunity to set things up for you properly. You don't know, why do they want me there at 6 in the morning on the Giza Plateau? I don't know. I was there. But what I did know is, oh, security starts at 7:15. I get there, I'm like, there's no one here. Let's do whatever we want. And so what I'm trying to say is your higher selves will try to put you in the right position at the right time. Trust your soul. It's one of the most intelligent, awesome, important things you need to understand. This little baby brain is not very old. Who am I? I don't know. Are you hungry? Do you want to watch something? You want something in your tum-tum? I'm not really here to tell you what you're supposed to do with your life. I'm just here. It's a USB drive. Let it go. It's a chemical computer. You can't go, what am I? And think about something. You're like, who am I supposed to be? And you're like, your soul's like, you don't remember anything, do you? You're like, I don't know. I think I'm doing it. I got off meat. I'm doing it. I did it. I think I did. Your soul is awesome. They love you. And I just want you guys to know, for the light and night side integration, I like to stay in the middle. Let me tell you why. I like to stay in the middle because I get to see both sides. Plus, my DNA is, make it real simple, half Orion, half Lyran. So I got on the Lyran side, all the dudes from Pegasus, the Pleiades, the Arcturians, right? All that nice Andromedans. On my night side, Anunnaki, dragons, lots of dragons, 2 dragons. And then my Syrians and everything else on the night side. Why? I have to negotiate terms. I'm not here for a normal incarnation. I have to go, well, how's the population looking? How's this country looking? How many people in that town, in that village, in that city are actually going to ascend? These are questions your higher selves are processing right now. It's not, what am I going to do? Pay this mortgage. That your higher selves are like, yo, man, are you enjoying being here? What's your lesson plan? Are you growing? Are you recognizing that you attract the same type of thing over and over and over again? I have some of my guy friends. I'm like, you've done this to yourself 4 times since I've known you. 4 times. Like, it looks like a lot of fun, but let's take a deeper look at that, shall we? Okay? We all do it. My thing is that growing wise and in your own wisdom is to not make the same mistake twice. Okay? Another thing you guys can do, a very powerful thing, is, I've already had that lesson. Let someone else experience that. Hi, I've already had the I wonder what tequila tastes like and what that's going to do to me in the morning. Why don't you let a little youngin' try that? Let someone else experience that. I'm good. I have no more curiosity in my body. I partied like a rock star from 21 to 25, tried it, loved it, did it, survived. And why? Because now that I'm handed all this responsibility and for what the future holds, I'm not going to be tempted. You can't tempt me. I like to meditate, drink my smoothie. I like to work out. I don't know, maybe play some Overwatch with Alex after I get all my sessions and Orgonite done. And, I have a very simple monk life. I like to meditate. I like to put my headphones on, sit in the sun, and blow so much light through my body, it starts to vibrate. I like to open up little things, control the wind, control clouds. I can't tell you how many times it's cloudy in Sedona, and I blew holes through the clouds in my backyard. Just because I was like, I know it's supposed to rain, and you're supposed to be like cloudy, but we need to do something about this. I have like rays of sunshine hitting me on my thing. Just call it down. Your energy, your consciousness controls everything. But here's what you need to understand. Your inner child is the driver. Your inner child is the driver. I could inspire or I could be a naughty boy, right? Like these turds have been teaching themselves since Egyptian times. How many weirdos does it take to sit in a circle? I don't know, but they're still doing it. My thing is that the true initiation tests were always supposed to be with you and nature. The true initiation tests were always supposed to be pure of heart. Okay? Isis measured your heart. How does a 3D heart become lighter than a feather? Okay? Do you think it's a 3D heart? What if I said it was an energetic or a 5D heart against a 3D feather? Of course it's lighter. Okay? The spiritual body and the spiritual understanding of who you truly are needs to begin to course through you once again like a river. How do we get there? Shut this baby little brain down, quiet your mind, get out in nature, and ask yourself really deep adult spiritual questions. Let me tell you the truth. If each of you guys, who's been in a life or death situation? How many times did your higher self save your ass? Keep it real. Let me tell you some real. Okay, here's the deal. If you really want something, ask for it. But you have to, when you ask for it, you have to ask fully understanding what you're asking for. Okay? And your soul has to will it. Are you willing to change your life right now to see? Now, what comes with that? You can no longer play dum-dum. You can't play, I just want a steak on a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. Can't do it. But it's a Taco Tuesday. I've been eating beef raviolis since my mom made them. You can't do it. Okay? You can't put dead flesh in a high voltage being. Okay? Now listen, high-end channels that get too out of their body, hey, ground, eat some food. You know what I mean? I can't have you floating around like you're 4 feet off the ground like, you're just like floating around. I'm like, dude, we're in the physical, like people are looking at you. Calm down. Your suit is not fitting in right now. Like, get your shit together. You can only go as fast as you can ground the energy, people. Okay? Your crown is the top of the battery. Your feet are the negative. Take your feet off. Get out in Sedona, what I do is, or when it's cold outside, I sit on a stone wall. Obviously out here, all you got is cactus and red rocks. You're like, kick your feet off. I'm like, I'm probably stepping on like cactus needles. But I will sit on a stone wall in my backyard or sit on a stone. Chill. You guys, wherever you come from, should have a park you can go to, put your music on, sit on your stone, and go full-blown Jedi mode. Every single park, every single lane line, every single place on earth, there is a space for you to go to. Probably 20, 30 minutes from your house. Think about it. Okay? The fastest way to transmute past lives and old juju is water. Water. When I went through the Anubis test, they said you have to go to the ocean now. I was still living in California. It was 2000. No, I think I was just about to leave for Sedona in 2010, or I'd already just moved here and I was back visiting my parents in Manhattan Beach. They gave me the Anubis test. The Anubis test was, I had just reached a power level where they're like, you know, you meet Anubis. Who's met Anubis? Raise your hand. Oh, Darth Vader, you better raise your hand. You met Anubis over here, baby. Anubis is old school, baby. You got all these little like fractals. Anubis is OG. What is he? Doorman. That's it. Who? Raise your hand if you know Osiris, O-Town. Okay? Who is he? Warden. He's the warden. Anubis is the doorman. What are they checking? Do you really know yourself? Do you know yourself? So all Anubis is asking, hey, he's a door guy going, hey, you little turd. What are you doing? I'm just trying to get out of Tartarus. They call it 3D down here. So do you like know who you are and like why you're here? That's the Anubis test, okay? So the Anubis test also comes with, when you guys are ready for this, well, here's a question for you. Do you want to rule them or do you want to go upstairs? Okay? So I was sitting on Anubis' shoulder pad, 60 feet in the air in my astral body, staring at Manhattan Beach, shaking, and I looked up and I saw these angels glowing blue. And I looked down and I was sitting on Anubis's, like he had like some dope, like it was almost like football hockey pads. He was stylish. He had some stylish shoulder pads. And I'm sitting there like, let me get this straight. Rule them or go hang out with these guys. And something in me was like, I've already done this nightside stuff. I was like, I wanna go blue. I wanna go hang out with my homies. Everyone started clapping, and that was my Anubis test. I can tell you truthfully though, how many people, when gifted real power, would choose give up your power and go hang out with some angels or rule them. This is the type of stuff we are leaning against with some of these turds in different organizations and conglomerates. David Adair calls them black hearts. They do not come from their heart. Okay? They think emotions are weakness, not weakness. The truth is, which every being truly knows, is no, you can never call yourself a true creator being and come from and remember a place of your greatness if you are not willing to live next to as one of anything that you create. If you create something, imagine these elder species, elder beings, these ancient builder race, which everyone kind of covers up throughout time and space. Like what happened 2 billion years ago? We're like, we don't talk about that. I'm like, time's relative. Like, where are the dudes that like built those pyramids on those weird asteroids? We're like, oh, we don't know. We took pictures of it on the Wi-Fi, but we're not talking about that. I remember ancient builder beings. I remember beings that would show up and actually like mold Earth. I remember being in a place where we would actually build planets. I remember staring at coral reefs and I was seeing how the wind was going to blow over the reefs. I just remember being in a place where it was far beyond this reality. I also remember that everyone's really cool there. I also remember that, imagine we're the same beings that built all this, that fractaled ourselves into these little peanut-sized bodies to come back here and enjoy this place that we built. What I'm trying to get to is why all of these guys need, and you need to understand, we are the same, we are one. No one has power over you. All they can do is dupe your little chemical computer to have you give them power or a belief system. Okay? We are these beings in the flesh. Now, depending on what level you are waking up, that's cool. Take it easy. Take your time. Don't pump a membrane like, I'm going to do it today. You're like, no, calm down. Takes time. And for all the millennials out there, take your time. I'm 19. Yeah. I was like, bro, calm. I love you, and you're gifted. Calm down. We have to play this game strategically. Let's talk about this. Number one, for all empaths, starseeds, and angelics on this planet, listen to me now. Do not show your cards. Number one, we are poker players. We are galactic poker players. You walk into a room, you're an empath. You're supposed to be able to flex your left pectoral and scan the entire room before you engage in a dissertation of mind, hear my mouth, right? Vocabulary, number one. Number two, there are certain rules. So I'm going to teach you guys the rules I lived by when I was gridding and activating the planet, when I was just hanging out with my higher selves, and I had a team around me, mind you, but my 3D consciousness and my inner child was not behind the wheel. I was under that 8D control for about 6 years. To do the stuff I had to do, my dude was in the suit. I love him now, but during that time, my inner child and him were not huge fans. My inner child did not like this dude. It's like, imagine if your uncle's like Darth Vader. You know, like, dun, dun, dun. And my inner child's like, dude, I don't like you. Why do you keep showing up here? My inner child's super cool. Little blonde Palladian kid. But the thing is that he goes, dude, I got to teach you how to do this stuff because it's not getting done. And you already said you come down here and do it. So I'm like, why can't you go ahead and have someone else do it? Because I'm pulling this ox cart and my traps are sore over here. And they go, it's not that. It's that there's some of you guys are very special. I would say all of you guys are very special in this room. Listen, each of you guys have a very special codex that's buried in your DNA, that's encrypted, that's specifically for you, your family, and your bloodline, period. No one else can access your DNA or your special gift. All they can do in this weird little carnival land is keep you comatose so you never use it. They can never take away your gifts. Okay, so the rules I had to live by for the first 6 years, because back to the shadow integration, it's very tempting to use your powers to do naughty things. It is. I can tell you some funny jokes when it first happened, and my hand got slapped many times by my highest light, my greatest fan and babysitter. Okay. I'm 24 hours, I'm 365. It's like paparazzi outside my house. But here are the rules. Okay. Number 1, get your pads and papers out so you don't get mind wiped when you leave here. Anyone who has a pad or a pad of paper, let's go. I'm going to give you my rules of how to become a multidimensional being and stay stable and balanced. You're going to leave here and be like, that was great. What did he say? That was fantastic. I'm going to wait for the download. All right, ready? Look at this. I can tell the students, and I can tell the, I can see it. I can see the students. I can see that I'm curious. Let's check it out. Sedona. Let's try it. What are you supposed to do here? Why is Sedona like a thing? I don't know. Let's go on a hike or something. Okay. Are we ready? Awesome. Number 1, this is how I'm going to do this. I basically state what the law is for me. So put your today's date and time across the top. Put your first name, and I just said laws. You guys can change these or use these however you want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all these laws, then I'm going to come back to the first one, and who's going to have good notes to read it to me. And I'll explain what each one means. Does that make sense? All right, here we go. We'll try this. Number 1, vibration rules the universe. I'm going to explain what that means too. You've heard it many times, but I'll explain it how I perceive it. As I look for my coffee. Number 1, vibration rules the universe. Number 2, I am not allowed to have a bad day when the sun is out. And you ask about controlling your mind, that is about controlling your mind. I'm going to teach you how to control your mind very casually. Number 3, daytime is for daytime. Daytime is for daytime. Hi, I'm your captain. No, I'm just kidding. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Okay. Number 4, nighttime is for nighttime. Number 5, treat all beings with respect in the same manner as you would like to be treated. Number 6, love equals matter, and matter is what connects all things in this universe. So the human vocabulary term for love is interesting and it's beautiful. But now take it to a galactic universal understanding. Matter. We are the matter. We are the source creation particles. We are the universe. Each and every one of you. So love equals matter. What are we on, Jimmy? What's the next one? 7? To fall asleep, you must exhaust the vessel. To fall asleep, you must exhaust the vessel. Very important, and many of you guys struggle with that, and I'm going to tell you, you need to exhaust the vessel. For all you guys saying, oh, I'm up till 3 in the morning, I'm an insomniac. If you came with me to the gym, you'd be falling asleep in the car like you're 8 years old. So keep it real, but that's what it is. You need to exhaust the energy in the suit to fall asleep. That's simple. I live by that rule, okay? You can't be fooled, and there's things you can do to counter the loosh, which your night side pulls off of you when you're sleeping. You cancel it out, and I'll explain. And then the last one is you are on mission, wake up. Stick it on the fridge. Stick it on the mirror in your bathroom when you're going potty at 3 in the morning. Why do I feel weird? Let me see my checklist. Okay. Shit, I didn't go to the gym. You got every day. And listen, if you listen to me, you're just going to turn to a superhero. Like, I don't know. All my homies are superheroes. I'm the little turd on my stream. All my higher selves are like, dun 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 dun, aren't you glorious today, boy? I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sore. You're killing me. You're killing me, guy. So to learn supernatural things and to really be it, you got to push yourself beyond what your little baby brain that you grew in that skull thinks is possible. Your soul knows better. Okay. Number one, what is it? Tell me. Okay, check this out. This is what it means to me. Okay, I said this in a video, but now I can act it out. I can move around. Okay. Say again? Very good. Here we go. Rules the universe. So, when I say vibration rules the universe, this is what I mean. If a cosmic being 3,000 feet tall and they're projected landed in Los Angeles, imagine this being's name was Bob. As soon as Bob's feet touched the ground into this density, 25 million people at the same time in Los Angeles would say, "Hi, I'm Bob." When Bob had to use the restroom, 25 million people at the same time would use the potty. So when I say vibration rules the universe, that's exactly what I mean. The highest vibration rules the roost regardless of what planet you land on. It's a universal law. The most vibratory being of the highest frequency. Why? To be the highest frequency, baby, you're probably really cool. You're probably like, oh, they having a hard time? Here, let's make all the mangoes in the jungle just blossom at the same time. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing besides truly, cosmic beings are rad. They're really old, they're very nice, and there's about 3 or 4 that monitor this planet. Okay? So, that's what I mean by vibration rules the universe. The comprehension of a human to try to grasp that, it's like when they say, explain what God is. Your brain can't even process a fraction of what that energy output is. All we have to say is, God is good. God is great. And you're dead on. That's all you have to do. It's a vibration of how you feel. I think Creator's a large kid. I think Creator's just like, yo, so what's going on over there? It's been flat in that surf spot for 6 months, huh? Well, let's give him the best waves of 10 years on. God is, to me, our creator, original creator of our soul, large child, because to be a true creator being, you have to be able to create at that level, and every being on the light and night side understand that. If you had a weird, wonky-tonky God, like some of these guys do, with daddy issues, you know what I mean? All I got to say to these guys who hit their knees to daddy issues is that individual, you guys can figure out who I'm talking about, he has an older brother, and he has an older sister, and he has a home world where he's not that big of a deal. Hard to grasp that in this little baby story. Okay? The universe is a very big place. I'm here to tell you the older brother and older sisters of some of these deities that these people pray to showed up, and they're in suits watching the game going, how's Junior doing down there? Oh, I want to go. You know, imagine like the Golden Palace in the Galactic Center. What's he doing? What he always does. Let's go check on him. What I'm trying to say is that understand how big the universe is. Understand that all of these stories cannot hold water. These are vibrations of explanations to try and explain emotion, to try to explain growth, to try to explain evolution. Beautiful. Schwab, what's number 2? Not allowed to have a bad day in the sunshine. All right, so check this out. If you wake up in the morning, no matter what you feel like, and you're like, hey, I go like this. Is the sun out? Oh, it is. Guess what that means? I literally shut off the whole right-hand side of my brain. Any email, text message, weird, connection, whatever. Anything weird that comes in right now during these times, block, remove, not worth your time. Oh, really? Is that important? Block, remove. Oh, I can't believe it. Block, remove. What I'm trying to get to is, once you understand that when the sun is out, you're not allowed to have a bad day, what does that mean? That means your inner child's behind the wheel. It means you got some headphones on, or you got a little earbud on while you're at work doing the 9 to 5, whatever it is, but you're like faking it. You're like, oh yeah, let me get those PTS reports for you. I got Enigma on over here, just like, oh yeah, I'm on top of that, Rose. Listen, how good of a double agent are you? Okay, it's not 3D is not very complicated. You guys are multidimensional badasses, correct? Put your hands together if you're multidimensional badass. Okay. You only need about 5% to be okay down here. Let's not like make it too difficult. I need 100% focus on this. Do you though? Okay. Just calm down. You know, C's get degrees here. We're trying to get A's, okay? You know, you know why these C's get degrees here? Because all these turds that have been running this thing for the past couple centuries, they're probably all D students. They're not very smart, they're not very wise, and their morality is so. Moving on. Tell me how you really feel in heaven. I'm like, ew, so gross. Fair enough. So, so when the sun is out, for all the lovely goddesses, yes, you are not allowed to have a bad day. That's level 1 in controlling your mind. Okay? Practice. Everything I'm trying to teach you, I had to live by. All right, Jimmy, what's the next one? Daytime is for daytime. Very important. Night walker, listen to me. Luke, I am your father. Ready? Here's the rule. When the sun is out, I am not allowed to shift into any of my night forms. Write it down. Write it down. What does that mean? My 4D, my 6D, my 8D, my 10D, and in my Sunday conference, I'll have it up on the board, and we'll go over it, all my dimensional selves. When the sun is out, I am not allowed to shift into my night form. I'm not allowed to use any of my night powers. I am supposed to be loving, happy, and that's how I do it. Here's another secret. Your 4D, or little Slytherin, usually whispering in your ears, let's get drunk, let's do it, call her, it's late. That version of you. The 2 in the morning, let's just try it out. That version, you know who they are. You can't let them come through at all when the sun is out. So they're going to go, why don't you want to listen to me, bro? Imagine your throat chakra comes on. Come on, it's just one shot. It's just one puff. It's just one. Yo, dude, is the sun out? Look. Yeah. Bro, it's daytime. Like, wait till nighttime. I can't do it. Like, I don't know. I would lean my whole stream on a celestial object. I no longer was going, but I like you, but I don't like you, light or night side. I would go, is the sun out, bro? Yeah. Can you wait? It's the sun. I made it real crystal clear and simple in my own consciousness. I leaned against something that was so awesome and so powerful. No more baby talkie, walkie. No more excuses. Is the sun out? Yes or no? Yes. Then calm down. Okay. That brings me to my next one. Nighttime is for nighttime. So, it's not what you think, Darth Vader. Listen to me now, boy. So, I'd be doing my 3D thing. I'm happy. I'm doing my 80s thing or my 90s, whatever the music was I was listening to. I'm working very hard and very diligently. So, I was like, year 6, and as soon as the sun started to set, it was almost like the reverse of like a vampire or a werewolf. I was like, sun's about to set. Uh-oh. I made a deal. Nighttime. What do? When the sun sets equals grab the car keys. Where are we going? Why are we going to the gym? Very good. There's a lot of really concrete answers there, but it was kind of weird. But I'll say it to you one more time. Okay, so we go to the gym. Why? The gym is the only safe place on earth where I can go move 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds of weight, and I don't hurt nobody. I take my rage, my anger, my resentment, and everything out on the weights. I was never allowed to use my true force on a human being in this dimension, period. So what could I do? I'm sitting there squatting, Egypt processing souls, no! I was taking it out and moving the energy through my body quickly. A lot of the stuff we pick up at these ancient sites, or a lot of the stuff you pick up from your friends, you're powerful enough where they go, I can't do this in this incarnation. Can you hand this off? You could have your grandma's karma, granddad's karma, mom, dad, all their fears, your best friend that could have passed away when you were younger. Hey, bro, I know you're like a shot caller. Do you think you can process this for me? I'm switching over. What I'm trying to get to, only do what you can do. The only recommendation I have for you is make that suit stronger. You can process someone's 10 years of pain in 12 minutes, chew it up, squat it, dead it, and press it, and burn it up in your suit like a furnace. Boom, next. Boom, next. Boom, oh, I'm breaking a sweat. Next. Boom, next. That's the force that's inside every single one of you. You got to turn that flame on and then keep it kindled. Okay? That's the fire. Raise your hand if you know like the fire. You guys got the fire. Raise your hand. If you're here, you got fire. Okay. Now, I'm a Pisces. You might not know that. I'm very like sensitive. Walks on the beach. See, I'm both. You know what I mean? I got both going on. Then I love you. Okay, good. In the Vedics, which are legit, I am fire. In this modern thing, I'm a Pisces. So, what I'm trying to get to with whoever you or whatever you are, show your cards of what you think you're supposed to be in the physical, your true self, your energetic selves, who you are when you go home, who you are when you're doing Tai Chi at 6 in the morning, like a freaking supernatural, firing energy into the sun. The real you keep under wraps, right? Even though I'm on stage doing it because it's too late. I already got out of the matrix. But for you guys still in the matrix, navigating, here's why. Why I say don't show your cards is even though no one around you can see if you're woke, other woke people can, number one, and turds. Why? It's moss to the flame. I want you guys to be sound, safe, practiced, harmonious. I want to tell you the truth. I move the most energy when I'm happy dancing in the backyard. I can hit Los Angeles with 500-foot golden tidal waves slamming into Sunset Boulevard until I blow all those jackasses out of the Capitol building when I'm in a good mood. But if I'm upset and I'm upset and I can't really like get in that blissful state, your guides won't let you move that much energy. They'll turn your volume way down if you use malice. This is what I'm going to add to the list, and then we'll finish strong. Okay. The one thing a light worker or a light warrior, light goddesses and studs of awesomeness out there need to understand is there's one thing where all light workers are not allowed to play with. Does anyone know what that is? Malice. Let me explain what malice is. So you never forget. Imagine I'm 6 years old. Me and Jimmy, you're 6 years old, bro. We got a sand pail, and we're playing in a sandbox. And all of a sudden, a 12-year-old boy comes over, pushes me down, pushes you down, and takes my sand pail. Okay? Now, I'm a little ninja. I get up behind him, I trip him. 12-year-old boy goes down. I take the sand pail. That's fair exchange. But instead, I roll him over, and I put my foot on his chest, and I watch him squirm just because I can. That, ladies and gentlemen, is malice. And that is the one thing we are not allowed to do. So you're here to hear it first. You can't pretend. You didn't hear it. I'm telling you, that's the one thing, because that is the path to the dark side. As Yoda would say, there's lots of fear in him. It's a path to the dark side. Don't play with malice. So I'm just telling you guys, I love you, but those are some of the things in dream time. What does that mean? Dream time. Raise your hand if you guys have dream time simulations where you know your higher selves are monitoring you. You guys have dreams where you feel like it's a test? Okay. Imagine there's a PVC piece of glass here, and I'm with your higher selves watching you. Okay, it's a bar scene, and bar fight, and go. Okay, bar fight pops off. Who's grabbing the pool stick? Who's grabbing a beer bottle? Who's just doing some dope kung fu things? What they're watching is how you deal with the situation, the type of emotion you have while you're dealing with the situation. They can tell you right now through your own higher selves, she's ready, she's not ready. She's ready, still processing dad's stuff, still processing mom's stuff, still getting over mom's fear tests, still needs to learn how to swim, don't know why. Riding a horse is not scary, okay? All of these things that you want to do. It's like being scared of heights, and you're like, I want to fly in 5D. I'm like, you're scared of getting on an 8-foot ladder, kid. This is not spirituality, this is common sense. So, again, remember, whatever you are and want to be upstairs, bring it here. Our job is to bring heaven and paradise to earth, to here, into the physical. Now, brother, what's the next one? Treat all beings with respect in the same manner you'd like to be treated. That goes along with the malice. That also goes along with some of you guys who are going to go Super Saiyan once we get hit with a flash, and you're going to activate that dormant DNA. Listen to me very carefully. If your dormant DNA turns on, do not think about every single person that did you wrong in this life. Okay? That's what your night side, and a lot of time, is very worried about. If you find out that your 4th dimensional version and your 6th dimensional version and your 8th dimensional version, let's just say, is the whole reason why you suffered for 25 years, and you actually find out as a matter of a fact, I had to process this. I outgrew this. It was painful. To understand, you actually weren't the one behind the scenes responsible. You think you were, you weren't. How many of you guys have gotten home drunk and you have no idea how you got home when you drove? Yeah, you didn't drive yourself home. At all, okay? What I'm trying to get to is there's times in your life where your higher selves are definitely involved. How many times you guys got into a relationship and you don't know why? How many times did that end in a shit show? You're laying next to that person, you're like, how did I get here? Who are you, really? Was I that drunk? No. So what I'm getting to, there are rhymes and reasons why you live your lives. What I'm trying to say, if I could at least share something with you. I don't want you guys to get caught up in the resentment game. You can get trapped there for years, decades, 30, 40 years. You got issues with your parents, call them and say, hey, I grew up, I love you. I'm sorry, I was a dick. Or I forgive you. Whatever it is. Life's too short. Life is too short. Right now, hey, you got something to say, you better say it. Right now, you got some unresolved things. Hey, I haven't talked to you in a long time. How you doing? No, it's been 15 years since Thanksgiving. I just thought I'd drop in and see how you're doing. My thing is that don't be scared to be the leader or the light in your own life. Okay? Who are you scared of? Your grandma? Oh, I haven't talked to you in 20 years. How is it? Like, how are you doing? Just checking in on you, baby. You okay? Can I give you a hug? These things that we have in our families are strange because sometimes the greatest things that we have to work out are within our own family. Okay? Why do you think you guys, all your best friends are not your brother or sister? Some of you guys got families, you're like, yeah, I'm related to them, but I don't know. My buddy Phil's, he's a really awesome guy from Canada. He's like 1.5 feet taller, looks like Super Saiyan, and all his family's like this big. I'm like, dude, are you sure you're your mom? Like, that's your dad? I was like, let's be honest. What I'm getting to is the energy of who you really are, and as a starseed angelic, or when you came down here, understand you would never have chosen to come through a family that you could not do your job in or assist and become stronger with. You wouldn't have chose. So like it or love it, your family's your family. And you know your mom and dad and your brother and sister best, don't you? All their friends can be fake. All their friends, imagine your brother's a CEO of a company. Everyone kisses his ass. You walk in the room, you're like, bah, who told you to buy those shoes? Well, that shit's weird. Just blow them right up. Mark Wahlberg still gets messed with by his parents. They're like, you're not a big deal. His brother's trying to beat him up. What I'm trying to get to, it's not about your 3D drop. Your family's your family. So if you guys have some unfinished business with your family, take it from me. Open your heart, take the phone, highest vibration rules the roost, call them, share your love, share your wisdom. Hey, I don't know what's going on, but I love you. Okay? Right now is an important time to do that. My brother, what do we got left? Okay, so you guys can't fall asleep. So here's the deal. This is what I learned. Oh, wait, this is Schwab. Thank you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Love equals matter. Whoa. Okay. All things in the universe. So I like love equals matter is because matter and antimatter. Okay? Love is what binds. Love is what connects, right? Love is what everything that's the most important to us on a universal scale. But understand that we are all bound together. We are all riding on this planet. We're on this hard light hologram together. Every single one of you made awesome decisions and very powerful decisions to be here right now for yourself, to put yourself in the right place, in the right time, in the right timeline, out of all the people you know. Out of everything you're doing, raise your hand if you made a very specific decision to come here with all this BS going on. Come on. Again, round of applause for yourself. Come on. Hey, hey, hey. I don't know if I'm going to make it, kid. You're like, I'm going. Every one of you had to go, I'm going. I can't make it, the plane flight. I'm going. All that weakness, just water off a duck's back, okay? It's a bunch of want excuses. I'm glad you guys came, and I'm glad you guys are here. Come on. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the looshy. Your 40s are not going to like me. This is what I learned. So, nighttime is when you have all the thoughts. It's nighttime. Pay attention to which shoulder you sleep on. I always put my right shoulder down, my right side points down, my light side points up. Or I sleep on my back pointing up. If you are waking up sleeping on your stomach, no. No. What? I don't know why my life's so complicated. You're like sleeping, looking at the top. I'm in a fishbowl looking down. Don't do that. Look up. If you guys do a spiritual mind-altering drug, here's a tip. Look up. I did ayahuasca and I just kept going down. There's weird stuff down there. Go up. Just, hey, up. Okay? Like an elevator. Okay. And the thing about the loosh. Okay, so if you burn up all your extra energy in the gym at night, okay, here's the cool thing. You got nothing left for all the turds at night. What I learned was I used to burn up all the resentment and all the anger and all the rage, cardio, abs, the whole thing, and then my core lift workouts. Then I'd take a shower, then I'd steam, balance myself, bring myself back into balance, take a shower, put my clean clothes on, go home. Here's what happens. When you're laying there totally exhausted in bed at 10 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night, there ain't nothing to feed on. Your night self's used to, I'm upset. Can you believe what's going on right now? You're feeding them cupcakes, ho-hos. You're throwing milkshakes at them. I'm really upset right now. Give me another bottle of wine. You want some bread and cheese with that? No. I went from that to, well, I don't know, bro. I got some Brussels sprouts and a carrot. I got a carrot worth of energy for you. Is that gonna be okay? What happens is you force them to get their stuff together. You force your 40 to get in Ascension School. How many of you guys have your 40s in Ascension School right now? Look, okay, if you don't know what that means, okay. And I'll tell you. Again, one more time, raise your hand if you know your 40s in Ascension School. Okay, everyone look around. Okay, this is what it means. Your lowest night form is your 4D, right-hand side. Here's the deal. 4D. 4D. Oh, you're 40. Well, hey, you look great for 40. 4D. 4D. Okay. Welcome to Cosmic Awakening. 4D. The thing about, I'll tell you real simply for you guys, your 40s are not going to make the jump if they don't go into Ascension School. They will not make listen to my vocabulary. For your aspects, no. Your 40 will not make the jump into 60. Here's why. The 40 to 60 jump is very difficult. Okay, let me explain. We're going to 5D. Raise your hand if you want to go to 5D. There we go, baby. We're time to take the suit. You're ahead of the game. Okay, listen. Calm down. There's like new people here, for God's sakes. She was like 12 years ago. I'm like, I got it. So, there's new people here. Be calm. So, here's the thing. We go from 3 to 5. We want to live in Sandals Resort, baby. We're all happy, heart space, awesome. Here's the thing about 4D. We're closing the doors on the lower triad. Right now, I do not have a 4D. My 4D graduated 6.5 months ago. Okay? Showed up like a gangster in his like admiral's outfit. He goes, hey, dude, I graduated. And I'm like, whoa, you're dope. Like, it was like he graduated. Mind you, for the first 4 years of my waking up, all I wanted to do was fire this guy. I'm like, can we do something about this guy? Cut the attachment. Like, I just want you to know, it was a tough time getting rid of it. You have to ask your highest light every single night, hey, I don't want to think of anything besides seeing this jackass in Ascension School every single night. Ask. All of a sudden, you'll start having dreams of being in college. All of a sudden, you start seeing light beings, and you have flashes of, I was sitting in a college. Raise your hand if you've been in a college room in dream time. Okay, that's Ascension School. This is the truth about it, though. The 4D to 60 jump is like this. You can be the biggest shot caller in 4D on this planet, King Kong. This is what 60 is. You take that little 40 turd on a spaceship and you go park out in the outskirts around Jupiter, around the space stations. Imagine your 4D gets out, walks into a bar, and it's Guardians of the Galaxy. They're all different species looking at you like, hey kid, are you lost? It's like that. It's so gnarly and so much faster, and the bandwidth is so much faster, you can't even comprehend it. That's why, if you want to stay on the night side and go up one level on the night side, understand what you're asking yourself and be completely honest with yourself, right, of what is necessary for you to actually make that jump on the night side if you choose to do that. Most beings just want to take the vessel, go to 5D, that's fine. For other galactic officers and negotiators on this planet that, again, balance light and night, understand this, the whole stack must go up. Ascension is a chain reaction. I've had 3 ascensions in this incarnation, and it wasn't from 3 to 5. My first one, my night side, went up 1 level. Then I had my Palladian on the left-hand side go from 9 to 11. I've had 3 ascensions. I'm still in the suit going, when is it my time? So what I'm getting to is you guys have already had many ascensions. I guarantee it. I guarantee some of your higher selves have already made that jump off. We're waiting for the physical to shift. Okay? And just love everybody, baby. You guys are doing great. Put your hands together. Thank you guys so much. I'm Rion. All right? Time's up. Alexander has a gift. The gift is not only intuitive, but the gift is truly to see the things that someone needs to identify to assist them. Not only do you own Galactic Tarot, not only do you have your own TV show on Amazon. What was it called?
Origins.
Origins. How'd you even get that name? How'd you even get Origins as a name? Swoop! Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for my dearest brother, Alexander.
Thank you, brother. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. It's my pleasure to be with you here today. That was a long year last year, huh? I missed you all very dearly. Yeah. But we did it. We're here. We made it. We're in the building. We're in the building, everybody. So today, I'm going to be talking about the 3-dimensional structure of the flower of life, the 3-dimensional structure of the Metatron's cube, how we can use this device that I have a picture of right here. Okay? So let's move right on into it. Oh. I miss that lady. Yeah. You ever meet that person that you know, you have those moments that you cry for them more than like your own family members when they're gone? There she is. So there's my teacher. Love her. So first time I walked into her store, you know, I was researching Reiki. I took this big long test, and the test basically was like, you know, because somebody called me a light worker back in 2009. And I'm on the East Coast, slicked back hair guineas, all like my Guinea and Portuguese and Syrian friends, you know, all just like going out. Let's go get drinks. Let's go to the club. You know, and I start just going through it. Had a near-death experience. Life started to shift. I go to see a medium. The medium says, you know, record the whole session, and at the end of the session, we'll, you know, you'll hear stuff when you re-listen to it. So I'm re-listening to the session, like 3rd time listening to it. Well, 2nd time, but like 3rd time living it. And she says, I love helping God's other spiritual light workers. And I didn't know what that meant. So, you know, this is the first time I use Google for spirituality. I just say, what is a light worker? And this big test comes up. I answer all the questions, the weirdest questions you've ever seen. You know, stuff like, do people's cats like jump on your lap? And they're like, wow, my cat doesn't even sit on my lap. Like the weirdest questions. And I'm like, yes, yes, yes. I answer 19 out of 20 questions with a yes. It says, what do you do next if you answered 15 or more? I see Reiki. And I'm like, what? It's like I always knew I was an X-Men, but like to like actually read, like I can heal people with my hands. I was like, this is like superhero status. I was like so excited. So I researched who does Reiki in Rhode Island, world's smallest state, well, the countries. And I find this lady. I walk in, she looks at me, she says, "You're here finally." And I was like, huh? She blows my mind, does my numerology. It was so on point. She tells me, "You're going to end up teaching a class here." So I teach a class on the Merkaba, like the actual Merkaba, the light body, which we're going to be talking about today. 45 minutes into the class, she's sitting like over here. 45 minutes in, she looks at me and goes, and I'm thinking, I know I got it. Like I'm up here crushing for like 45 minutes. Like I figured that would be something she'd do at the beginning. Like, "You got this. It's your first spiritual class." She gives me this nod, and I'm like, the heck? 18 hours later, she dies of an asthma attack. So that nod was, I taught him everything I know. I can get the heck out of here. Yes! Life purpose, done. So, just wanted to share that with you. Look at her glowing face. She'd have those random people. Thank you, please. Thank you. She'd have like random people come up to her at the market and be like, "Can I have a hug?" And she'd be like, "No, I can't hug you. I don't know you." Just that was her energy. But she even, she came in, that's Connie Ouellette. Yeah, she ran the Magic Mirror in Bristol, Rhode Island. That's where I met her. Yeah, epic. But even the other day, like some people saw like half the story. I put up a picture on Instagram because, you know, she sends me robins, like the red-chested robin with the black head. It's like even after, like when she just passed and I'm going back from her celebration of life. And it's so funny, she told me, but I was like, she's not talking about herself. But she told me, she's like, before somebody goes, like ask them what animal they're gonna send you, or like what sign are they gonna show you to let you know they're there with you right now? And like, I was like literally like thinking like, oh man, I never asked her. Cause I like, you know, you look and you're like, she's too young. Like I wasn't thinking it was like, you know, that was what was going on. And I'm driving up the hill and there's a robin sitting right there. And like, I drive up to it, it won't move. And I'm like, beep, beep. And like, it flies a little bit further up the street. And I catch up to it again. I'm like, I think this is robin. Beep, beep. It flies a little bit further up the street. Beep, beep. Finally, it moves. I'm like, what's wrong with this robin? And then I parked the car at the house and I'm like, she's gonna send me robins. That was her. Like, obviously, I've never seen a bird do that before. So he's about to get run over and it's just sitting there. So I see this robin, beautiful, indigo, blue wings, but still had the red chest. I look at it and I'm like, I don't know why, I feel like that's a message from Connie. I had my class starting the next day, like one of these like new classes I was doing. And I'm like, this is like a message about the class. So like, you know, the two friends that like know her well, I was like, Connie's with me. I was like, da da da. One of them gets back to me, she's like, you ready for this? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Sends me a screenshot. 7 years ago today, rest in peace. So I was like, oh, that was a mess. That was a mess, a good mess. But it was like clearly, like, you know, I'm like thinking this is a sign from her. And then I like, you know, I reach out to my friends like, this was the sign. And sure enough, it was. Like, you know, you can't make that up. And it's like, yeah, maybe my subconscious mind might have known, but you know, I'm the type, I celebrate the birthday. I don't celebrate the day they left the planet. It wasn't even in my head. It's not my style. But yeah, there she is. Moving on. Love you. Okay. We've seen this before, right? Does anybody not know what this is? Everybody knows. I love you guys. Okay. So this is the Merkaba, okay? This is the light body. This is what's actually, you know, actually, I won't even say actually. Is it the Taurus that's creating the Merkaba, or is it the Merkaba that's creating the Taurus? It's like the whole chicken and the egg. But basically around here, this is where the Taurus is. When you see that donut shape, this is from counter-rotating fields of the Merkaba spinning. Ah, there it is. The flower of life, everybody. So when you have these 13 circles, you're going to have every sacred geometry except for the dodecahedron, which is actually the shape of, like, you know, part of the shape of the outside of it. But you have all the sacred geometries in here. So I was looking at this and I was thinking, why am I looking at three-dimensional shapes on something flat that's been etched into stones with lasers all over the world? Like, why is this flat when it's clearly 3D? So this whole question came into my head of how many jelly beans are in the jar? Like how what is the actual shape of this made with spheres? Because obviously if we're looking at a circle, the circle isn't actually a circle. The circle has a center point, and that's actually a sphere. So looking at this, I basically started to fill in all the other spots and build up and build back to make the cube. To make what I call the actual cube. That's why that's the name of this presentation. But this is Metatron's cube, and this is this structure that holds all these shapes inside of it. Okay, so when I first made this, and I actually found research, I found people saying, it's close, but it's not perfect. So if you make it in the exact design, you see how it's on a diagonal and it looks crooked? Okay, so if you make it in the exact design, because people have done this with toothpicks, and it's not until this is actually built with spheres and you actually like do this and build this yourself, you can see that this is actually absolutely crooked when it's done, okay? So this is like the filled in shape, which is a square on one side, a triangle, a square, and then a triangle with the triangle on top, okay? So this is the vector equilibrium. And people say the vector equilibrium is the closest shape to the three-dimensional Metatron's cube, but it's not it. It's close. And I'll go back. That's why it's close but no cigar. It's close but no cigar because it's actually on a diagonal, and you can build this with toothpicks and glue at your house, and it looks close, it looks good, but it's not it once you do it with spheres. So here's layer 1. Okay, so here you have your 13. So these are the ones that were filled in right here. These were filled in, so you get your 13, and then you get your 18. So that's basically the middle layer of the three-dimensional cube. Okay, so when you have this, like you can see all the tiger's eye spheres. These are the ones that I filled in that aren't in the Metatron's cube, but filling it in to make this three-dimensional. By the way, this like totally fried me. Like when I was like actually downloading this, like I was just like waking up in the middle of the night sweating, just yelling out numbers. I was like, 61! And I was like, all right, I'm back. And you know, I have a beading company. So like it was like, why didn't I think of this sooner? Because I was literally like processing this for a week. And I was like, how many jelly beans in the jar, bro? And I was like, well, let's just go downstairs and glue my beads together. And that's why, like, what you were seeing of the vector equilibrium, there's actually holes drilled in the beads. So, here we go, second layer. So this is literally done. If you build this with spheres, the first layer that I just showed you, this is literally you just filling negative space. If you just fill the negative space of the first layer that you built, okay, with this shape, you just fill it up. There's no empty negative space. You just fill it up. There you go. You're on the second floor or you're on the first floor of the basement. Okay? And we get right here. You know, a lot of times things were left in plain sight to get us to say, stay away, no, scary, bad. Mr. Yuck is mean, Mr. Yuck is green. Am I showing my age? No, nobody knows Mr. Yuck. You guys don't remember Saturday morning cartoons? Come on. Yeah, Ginger. She's all like, I know Mr. Yuck. We all know Mr. Yuck. Okay. So anyways, moving on. Third layer, top floor. Once again, you can see the light gray of the layer I just showed you. Now we're just literally once again filling up negative empty space. Okay? So there's no more empty space. So you're going to do this on layer 3. You're going to do this also on the bottom. So like once you'd have like, you know, say you just had the same shape, sphere, bead, and you were gluing them all together. You glue the first layer, you know, the white with the black line, and you glue the more on top. You keep filling up that negative space. Then you get to right here. That's where Spirit was like, you're done. That's the shape. That's the cube. Okay? And this is literally done by just filling up the negative space. Again. Stay away from this shape. Stay away from this design. It's bad. Okay? Look at this. Turn it upside down. Look at it. Look at it. So, somebody's got to point this stuff out, right? Somebody's got to point it out. I have a laser pointer? That's the end of the presentation. Everybody just walks out in 15 minutes. I'm like, pew, pew, pew. Okay, I'm back. Anyway, so, you know, why am I pointing this out? It was the fact that I was looking for everything hidden in plain sight. Everything that they said, stay away, this is bad, this is evil, this is weird, this is gay, this is X, this is Y, this is Z, don't do this, it's bad. Because they really messed up in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. They really messed up. They left a lot of stuff in plain sight, and they were like, this is for these people, this is for this is for that, and they left this stuff right out in plain sight. You know, you look back in history, and like you got the pointed hat on all the people that were like, you know, magically powered, and you know, like basically in their ascension process and doing the work. And the reason why is because at the top of the hat, there was a little crystal set in there. And when you represent your, you know, your soul star or your crown chakra in physicality, if you use in physicality, actually having a ground, this like basically amplifies the energy. So you'd have that earth goddess or that wizard or whatever, a little piece of amethyst or a clear quartz up on top of his hat, her hat, their hat. Okay? So the dunce cap, this brought me right to the dunce cap. Don't wear the pointy hat. Pointy hats are for stupid people. Pointy hats are for stupid people. When you look at all this stuff, every cereal box, every single thing that's an advertisement is done in Fibonacci code. You can just do the math yourself. You measure the side of the box, you measure the top of the box, it's going to fit right into Fib. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55. Do I need to keep going? You guys know Fibonacci code, right? Okay. It's the structure of our universe. It's the shape of everything. Your ear, the side of your hand, the waves when they're crashing, the shape of our galaxy in all essence. So a lot of this stuff was left in plain sight to, you know, dumb us down to it, get us used to it, but also sometimes program to keep us away from certain stuff. Ah, the Taurus. So epic. Okay, so I started to look at this once I was working with it for a while, and I actually basically looked at the top shape, the bottom shape, and the torus around it, and there's a perfect tetrahedron, three-sided, a tetrahedron going up, and a donut around the whole structure in the Metatron's cube. This is why I believe this is the three-dimensional structure of the cube, and mind you, the vector equilibrium, which is on a diagonal, which you don't know till you build it with spheres, it's perfectly straight up when you just do a 90-degree turn, and instead of having the triangle over the square, you have a square over a square. Don't know why nobody tried this sooner, to be honest with you. Good stuff, okay. So, here's the radio message, okay? So we sent this radio message many years ago. We sent this radio message out into space, and years later, we get this back. The size of 2 football fields, okay? And this has all been broken down because you're actually seeing the shape of the DNA, because this was all, like, you can like literally look through this whole thing and break down this graph and, like, you know, the communication that was sent out and what came back. Because, you know, the main reason to me, like, you know, showing you guys this three-dimensional structure, whether or not you retain it right now, whether or not you go home and, you know, Elmer's glue some spheres together just so you can like really hands-on create it, just by even seeing it and having this knowledge, it's gonna, like, you know, come back through as a download later. It's this changes. This is like game changer right here. because this is basically the way we can actually restructure our DNA, restructure our light, and actually seal things out with this counter-rotating field, like I said, that's creating the torus. This is here one way or another. It's there one way or another. But it's like when chakras are out of alignment, that's why like the more work you've done, like, you know, there's sometimes more challenges to go through. But as we activate more and more chakras, this is basically adding a color spectrum to the Merkaba, to your Merkaba, to your auric field, whatever you call it. Because when you go through all the religions, like, you know, even in Hinduism, they talk about a tornado going down and a tornado going up. Like everybody had their own way of talking about this Merkaba, okay? These two triangles that are coming together. You guys know the whirling dervishes? With the skirt coming out? I think that's Turkey, I guess, the whirling dervishes. Where is it? Sufi? Yeah, but look at the shape. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Google whirling dervishes, and you'll see, once again, triangle going up, triangle going down. What's missing? The torus, but the torus is there. Yeah, we'll move on past this. So just looking, you know, we have this, here's what DNA looks like. This is definitely what DNA looks like because we told you to. This is it. So everything has 3 points of interest. Everything that is solid, everything that exists here, for it to exist here and be a solid, it has 3 points of interest. You know, how do you enclose space with a straight line? So I think it's the next slide, but let's see what DNA really looks like. Okay. It looks a lot different, doesn't it? Does that look a little different, folks? Okay. So this is our only picture of what DNA looks like at this current moment. Yeah, doesn't look like that beautiful chain anymore, does it? Okay. So I think there's stuff that's missing for interpretation here. But, you know, my belief structure, you know, I see this triangle everywhere. I see this 1, 2, 3 points. We hear mind, body, soul. We see 1, 2, 3, you know, the pyramid. You know, I was watching a special on Netflix, and it just started off. I'm like, oh, cool. Let me watch this while I'm relaxing. It's a special on Egypt. I hit the button to start it, and the guy's like, pyramid. The word has been lost through history, and we do not know what the definition is. And I'm like, pyra, pyro, fire, middle, fire in the middle. Like, what do we, already, I'm like, I got 30 seconds into this. I already know everything he says is BS. You tried spelling the spell, bro? Pyro, middle. So, once again, if we believe something looks how it looks, if we just say this is reality, that's the structure, this is what it looks like, that's the structure, that's what it looks like. But we hear about this extra strand of DNA. We hear about this extra strand of DNA, everyone's wondering where it comes from. I think it's already there. I think it's already there, but if we don't know it's already there, if we're not actually activating what we already know we have, what we actually have, and that's why I just love to share this slide with you guys, because that's the picture. Unless if somebody can show me something else with that big, beautiful chain, that's the only picture that I could find. So there it is. So basically, this is what I was telling you about. So if you look in here, oh, I have a laser. I forgot. Thank you, Alexis. So if you look in here, in this reg is short for region, okay? If you look in this reg, you got 1 missing, and you got 1, 2, 3, empty space, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a perfect tetrahedron that's missing when you pull out the shape of that whirling dervish, of those 2 tornadoes coming together, the shape that's in all these religions, all these dogmas, all these forms of spirituality. You know, these 2 things are basically working together when you really break the shape down. And like I said, you can see it missing right there. That purple fire. That purple fire, the lithium. So, oh. All Reminds me of the 60s. Yeah, that just happened. So on the periodic table of elements, we have helium, we have hydrogen, and then we go straight to lithium. Something that can be a solid metal, something that can be solid, but something that has 3 points of interest. And I personally find it pretty interesting that it starts with LIT, which, kind of sounds a little similar to light, okay? So, going on, moving on here. There's the structure. So here we go. 1, 2, 3. This is something that can be formed inside of a crystal. And this is what makes the difference between a clear quartz and an amethyst. What's making the amethyst purple is certain forms of copper, but there's a lot of lithium in all your purple crystals. Now, you should answer it. You should answer it. It might be, no, it's good, man, answer it. It might be important. Yeah, so basically you have this thing on the periodic table of elements that happens to be, because the whole periodic table is simplified. It's like by what's the most difficult structure to create. And then we have oxygen that we're just breathing and we can't even solidify after it on the table. So I like to look at this because this structure can be a metal, this structure can be the color purple, and this structure can also be cooked out of it. You walk around, you go shopping, you go look at some citrine, okay? That really orange citrine is usually amethyst that was baked in the oven. And do this yourself. Be very careful. I'm not suggesting you do it. But if you put your oven up to 500 degrees and you put an amethyst in it to heat up, and then let it cool down slowly, let the amethyst sit there, it'll turn orange. You actually cook the lithium right out of it. But the copper stays. That's why it's too orange. Because, citrine is supposed to actually be a brownish yellow. It's usually very close to smoky. But, okay, clear quartz. We've all seen this before. We've been to a crystal store, bro. What are you talking about? Okay? You got your clear quartz? Wow. That looks awfully similar to me. I don't know about you guys, but I'm seeing the same shape here, okay? That's because it's the same thing. Through there being heat for a longer period of time, that's how these crystals go from clear quartz to citrine to amethyst. When that pocket bubble kept being heated, and the reason why they find this is because when they're looking for gold, there's always the amethyst right next to the gold. Whenever the gold lines are there, they know they're on the right track when they're finding those bubbles of amethyst, those cathedrals and stuff like that. Because it's like a hot pocket, and I don't know, millions, maybe even longer, millions of years of time going by, these little, gray bubbles of this beautiful crystal form. But it's, the only difference between this and this is more time and the lithium collecting inside the crystal. And then here we go. Like I was telling you, helium, number 1. Oh, no, sorry. Hydrogen, helium, lithium. We're all the way down here to get to oxygen. All these things are gases. All these things can, some of them can be solidified. But we got this thing that can be solidified and can just be the color purple. So that's what I'm getting to here. We always see, some people say the crown chakra is white, but the majority of people, I'm sure if I showed a show of hands right now, think the crown chakra is purple. So this is actually the light structures as we activate these chakras, as we go through this work, as we go through these spiritual things, whether we know we're doing it or not. As we go through all right, I feel safe. Okay, whatever, sexual addictions, that type of stuff right here, willpower, all that stuff right here, unconditional love, all that good juicy stuff right here. Some people get right here and then they stop. Because when we get to our throat, there's 5 things. You might want to write this down. There's 5 things that can prevent the throat chakra opening. Okay? Judging yourself, judging others, lying to yourself, lying to others, and the big kicker, worrying what people think about you. So when you're on that awakening path, you're worried about what your boys are going to think. Oh man, I can't wear those rainbow beads. What are they going to think? What are they going to think if they see that? Oh, look at that one. That one's glowing. Anyways, he gets distracted very easy. They said I have ADD. I don't believe it. ADD. That's good, it's trying to lock in the starseeds, keep them all drugged up. Yeah. Oh no, I remember. I was the first person in my elementary school. They were like, "We're going to try this experimental drug." They're like, "We think he really needs it. He doesn't really. He seems really smart. We're going to give him, we're going to give him this test, and then we're going to, they were going to try this stuff out." I was like sitting there in class, it's 5th grade. I'm sitting there. I'm like literally, and I snapped out of it, and I pictured myself from the outside. And I was like, I look at that little kid when he's like picking his nose, and like you see him, he's in the tunnel, and you're like, where is he right now? I was like, I was there, like I was gone, like where the heck was I just now? And I was, my mom, oh God, Mama Bear, never talk bad to Mom. She comes to me the next day, I'm like getting ready for school, and she's like, honey, here's your pill. And I was like, yeah, you're gonna have to choke that down my throat. I'm never taking it again. She was like, I never talked to her like that. Never was that type of kid. But I was just like, no, I can't do that zombie BS. Couldn't do it. So, anyways, throat chakra, those are the things that open your throat chakra when we go through this stuff. It's stuff that is inevitable when you're on the spiritual journey. You'll eventually get to that stuff. You'll eventually go through the challenge enough times of, I don't want to do this anymore. I lied to this person, then I got to lie to back up the lie, then I got to lie to back up that lie, and it's just freaking exhausting. It's making hairs turn gray and putting wrinkles in my face when I think this stuff. Having to constantly keep up with the next lie. It's no bueno, I promise you. So, anytime people working with me, sessions, whatever, even myself personally, when I finally got my throat chakra to open up, and I was doing all this with my spirit guide. Spirit guide's long gone, miss him, but love you, bro. He was like telling me all the stuff that's going on, and I'm like, even when I met Brother Rion that was just on stage, I met him in Maine for an event, and we pull up at the building. I'm like, it's to the left and to the right, and then park right there. And he's like, okay. And we get the room, and we look through the window, and the license plate's right there. And he's like, how did you know? And I was like, I just tuned in, man. I just asked, which way am I going here, bro? Up on those angles. Because this is another reason why I showed you guys that shape. Because those angles, you ever see the woo-woo people in my field doing this? It's on those angles. It's on those angles of that Star of David, that Flower of Life, that Metatron's Cube, whatever the heck you call it. It's on those angles that we get these axis codes. Okay? It's these axis because everything was set up on this structure of the 4-dimensional access code. I wish I had it in this presentation. It's in a different one where it's kind of shaped like the cross like this, and it goes straight up and down. You guys remember that from math? You remember the 4D axis with the X? You can go forward, but you can't go back in time. You can go left and right and up and down. That's the plane. But when you actually look at how the plane is in the field with the torus and the Merkaba and the new structure, this shape that's been basically lost in history and confiscated basically and hidden, when you actually look at the shape, that's why things are coming on these angles, because it's a different axis. That's a conversation for another day, but just for the people that can hear me and they're feeling me what I'm talking about right now, I'm talking to your higher self, okay? So, I talked to my spirit guide. I'm like, bro, how are you always so accurate? And he's like, when you ask me something, I ask what you'd consider your guardian angel. I ask my angel. And then she tells me. And I'm like, okay, all right, cool. I was like, all right. So I was like, so you're like a middleman. And I was like, he's like, come on, bro. But I'm like, basically like, it was like a few days later, I'm like, what am I doing? Why aren't I just asking my guardian angel? People call it their Pleiadian aspect, whatever your word is, Say that my higher self, I said the word higher self for years, to each their own. I like to say other dimensional aspect now, going forward, because I have passed by, my brother Rion, we have passed by higher selves like they're standing still. If they don't want to shift, if they don't want to do what they need to do now, what they need to do here, bye-bye, okay? Because it's like this whole like, oh, we're trying to get to 5D when we've already passed through 5D, okay? People are waiting to get somewhere they already slipped through. You haven't noticed that you're manifesting things faster than ever? You used to have to, put it on my vision board, Alexander. Put up a picture. It's like we literally are thinking stuff and it's happening in a day. And your dream state is not predicting things. I used to have my dream state predict things 1 day to 3 days sooner. I'm predicting stuff a month and a half in advance now. Like I'm noticing these changes. I know you guys are noticing the changes. I know you guys are noticing the more speed and all this stuff. It's like I said, one way or another, this is all getting done. But it was like, this was why, working with this aspect, I started talking to this higher self. I started talking to this angelic aspect, and I started doing all this work even more. On to the next thing, on to the next thing, on to the next thing, to just, get through these glass ceilings. We have to get through these glass ceilings. We have to actually do the work. I can't tell you how many years I spent looking at this other version of myself and just saying, why are you doing that, bro? You're acting whack. And then like eventually, like, it came out, you're doing that there. So I have no choice but to do this here. Because this is all time and space. It's all happening simultaneously. I'm sure everybody in this room has heard time doesn't exist. Time doesn't exist. So I'm literally looking at this other version of myself, which who knows if our brain's just putting this stuff together to give it a face, to give it a name, to give it an energy, so we can actually better ourselves, okay? Because through talking to these aspects of the self, by talking to myself in my head, the stuff that made me feel crazy, imagine just for a moment being the only person awake in your little tiny state, like literally feeling like they're gonna lock you up. If they knew what I was thinking right now, they would come and put a straitjacket on me. Once again, a program. They want to show you all the TV shows and the movies where the person's trying to hide under the bed. They pull them out, put a bag over their head, and zip tie them. Trust me, if that was a real reality, they would have zip tied me about 15 years ago. Okay? That's stuff to limit the people. They leave this stuff in plain sight. They try to program everybody. We're keeping it love and light, everybody. I just want to shake the room right now. Just grab all your shoulders. I love you guys. Okay. I'm back again. Can I play my laser? Anyways. So, I'm talking to my aspects. I'm talking, I got a freaking tiger that's talking to me in dream time. I got some humanoid tiger version of myself talking to me when I'm in a dream, within a dream, within a dream. I'm getting to these high dimensions. I'm seeing like floors made of crystal and stuff that's like art more beautiful than anything you've ever seen before in your life by doing this dream state work. Because that's how it really gets started. It really gets started in 2001. I had a crazy dream. My ex from like 2000. One day I wake up and I was just like, oh man, I just had the weirdest dream. And she's like, what happened? I'll look it up in my book. And I was like, yo, what? And I tell her what happened. And she says, it says this is going to happen in the next week or so. And I'm like, all right, whatever. And then exactly what the book said happened. So, time goes by. She's not in the picture. I had this crazy dream. I'm walking down an alley and there's 4 drums. And the 4 drums, one of them's completely empty, like the oil drums you'd see like, in the movies, like a bum like burning cardboard in. You get the 4 drums. 3 of them are completely filled with dead seagulls. And then one of them's completely empty. I wake up. I was like, the dream was long. I'm just going to stop it right there, though, because you guys can research this stuff, this yourself if you want. So I wake up and I'm like, what the heck was that? I was like, I wish I had that book. Like I was actually like close to calling her, and I was like, no, that would be weird. So like I go downstairs. My Nana's there. Nana reminds me so much of Connie, the picture I showed you. Just another like little ball of light. And Nana's like, she's like, what's going on? She's like, what are you doing? I was like, there's a book. I don't have the book. And like, like you just wake up and like the simplest thing hasn't come to you yet. I'm like, there's this book. I need the book. And she's like, $20 bill. She's like, go buy the book. And I'm like, oh yeah, money, bookstore. Excellent. So I go, I buy the book. I don't even buy the book. I open the book in the bookstore. I find the exact one she had. I'm like, this is the one. I open it. I go to Seagull. And the book's 10,000 Dreams Interpreted, if you want to fact check this yourself. I go to Seagull. There's one interpretation. Not to see a seagull flying. To see a seagull eating a half of a bagel. It says one thing. To see a dead seagull represents wide separation of friends. So I'm thinking 4 drums. I got my 4 best friends. 1's empty, 3 are full. I was like, this dream is basically warning me that 3 out of 4 of my best friends are mysteriously not going to be my friends soon. So in 2001, this was not common for a dude in 2001 to call his boys and say, I love you, bro. But back in 2001, I called him. I was like, I had a weird dream. This is what it said. I just wanted to let you know, like, I hope this isn't you. I hope it's some other friend. I just wanted to let you know, I love you, bro. And like, you know, no one said I love you back then. No guy in 2001 on the East Coast was like, I love you too, bro. Bye. Peace, I'm out. Pause. No. Anyways, so she got it. She got it. She's laughing. Anyways, so I tell them all this within 1 week. Within 1 week, one of my friends calls me and says, yeah, I'm just getting too old. You know, he was a couple years old. He's like, I'm getting too old for this. I'm getting out of college. You know, I'm getting married, have kids. Like, I can't hang out anymore. And I'm like, but bro, the dream. I called you. You said everything was fine. He's like, yeah, I don't have time for that. I'm out. And I'm like, oh, crap, there's one. The next one of my friends, ironically, we say ironically, but we really mean synchronicity, starts dating the girl that introduced me to the dream book and thinks I'm going to beat him up. He's so scared of me because he's like, and I'm like, I'm pleading with him for months. I'm like, bro, I don't own her. She's a human being. I broke up with her. Like, she's yours. Like, I don't know. And he's like literally, he's like this on the wall. Because when you're 6'2" and you got 2 black belts, some of your friends are scared of you. I'll just be honest with you. So he's like literally like, I don't want any beef. And I'm like, bro, we're ready to hug you, bro. It's like, I gave you my shirt, right? You want my shirt? Doesn't matter. Gone. Talked to him one time since then over the phone. Moved out of the state. Next one calls me up. And I still think, same thing. I was like, the dream. I warned you. You said everything was fine. Next one calls me up and he's like, yeah, our boy, I'm pretty sure he snitched on me, so you can't be his friend anymore. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was like out of the whole crew, like nobody's his friend right now? And he's like, yeah, pretty much. I'm like, on a hunch? And he's like, yeah, pretty much. And I'm like, so you're telling me that our good friend has no friends except for me, and you want me to be the last friend that basically is not his friend anymore based upon a hunch? And he's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I was like, so that one was me. I'll be honest with you. I was like, I'm not leaving homeboy all alone when he's got all of his friends are, not going to be his friend on a hunch. Like, this is some 20-year-old BS. But the fact of the matter is, my entire life was changed that day. When I call the empty drum, when I call my best friend, and I basically tell him, homie, they're all not my friend anymore. He said, what are you talking about? He's like, but what about the dream, bro? I know. Oh, that's what I said. That's what I said. What about the dream? And mind you, quick little side story. Guilty as charged with the stories. Quick little side story. 30-year-old birthday party. I'm sitting there. My mom's cutting zucchini. This is my friend Dan. She's like, oh, I never told you Dan was there when you were born. And I'm like, wait, what? I was like, this is the stuff that I like to talk about, Mom. Like, what? She's like, oh, I never told you you're half Native American and you're magical. Like, no, you never told me. You never told me Dan was there when I was born. So, it never really, the story never came up. But basically, my dad worked for his dad. And my dad calls his dad, his boss, and says, my wife's going into labor. I go, I'm going to be at Rhode Island Hospital. Yada, yada, yada. So his dad, like a good boss, is like, oh, I have a baby. You have a baby. Bring my baby to see your baby. and puts my best friend on the foot of the bed. I met my best friend before I met my 2 older sisters. Does anybody want to talk about math? Does anybody want to talk about mathematical odds? He didn't go to my school. He lived in a totally different side of the state. Guy's massive. He looks like the Incredible Hulk if it got to turn green. But he sits in his desk in school, and just by sitting in it, like just being like 100% muscle, breaks the freaking desk. So they're like, you're out of the school. They thought he did it on purpose. So with 6 months left of senior year of high school, I see this guy, and I'm just like, I know this guy. Like, this is like, I have those friends that like you're just like kind of walking by a place and you look at them and you're like, are we best friends already? Like, I remember you. I remember you. It was one of those. I'm like, I remember you. I don't know why, but I remember you. So I started really rocky, mind you. I was just like, I kept like finding like bird crap on my car. And I was like, I have so much good luck. Good luck. This mofo was shooting my car with paintballs with white paint with black specks in them. He had bird shit paintballs. He was just messing with me. That's soul family. That's soul family. He was giving me good luck. He was putting that bird poop paintball in my car. But I was just like washing it off like, oh, I'm so lucky. Yeah, all right. Your friend is a D-bag, okay? So anyways, you cannot make this stuff up. So, that was, basically what I'm getting at here is being brought up Roman Catholic, Italian from the East Coast with my hair slicked back. Being brought up Roman Catholic, all those stories were in the Bible, and some of you might remember them. All those stories were in the Bible about the dream state interpretation. The guy wakes up. I had a dream. There were 7 cows. 7 of them are fat. And then the 8th one was really skinny. And he goes to see the seer. Mind you, seer is old-timey word for psychic. And they say, don't go see psychics, they're the devil. It's like, well, I found this passage here that says seer, and when I look up seer in the thesaurus, it says psychic right next to it, so can you figure that out for me? Anyways, moving on, we're not here to talk about that today. So anyways, the guy goes to see the seer, psychic, and the psychic says, save some grains from these 7 years, save some food. There's going to be a famine in 8 years, and you can basically save the day, save everybody's lives, be the hero by just being prepared. So there's stories like that in the Bible. So like once again, like I'm saying, we got to catch these programs ourselves. I was basically programmed as totally normal that dreams predict the future when it's not normal. Like it's normal for us, but like on paper, where's the science in that? That you can have a dream, remember the dream, look up the symbology of the dream, and that thing happens? Like that exact thing that the dream predicts happens in your physical reality in the future. Okay? So this is the stuff that was really waking me up to like the potential myself, but it wasn't until I had a near-death experience in 2008 when time actually slowed down. Now I'm about to get in a car accident, and I'm looking at the car in front of me, and there's no taillights. And I'm like, this is weird. It looks like I'm catching up real quick, but I don't see the red to say stop. There's a car on my side. There's a car on my other side. The music's blaring. I thought I was cool. I had no seatbelt on. Thank God for Mini Coopers, everybody. Yeah, everyone used to laugh when I was driving my little spaceship, but that Mini Cooper saved my life. So everything just slowed down. And I knew I had to floor the gas to get out of this. There was no braking in time to not get into this head-on collision. Like maybe the guy in front of me was texting, and the guy in front of him slammed on his brakes, but I didn't have any warning. So I gun it, cut off the guy on my right, like literally whip right around the accident, right back into the lane. And like I remember, like I put my hand up to apologize to the guy behind me. He's like this, straight up. He's like, and I was like, oh, thank God. Like, I thought I was going to look back, throw me the finger. But no, he's like, bro, you were about to die. He's like, please don't apologize for living. Like, he was ready. Like, I didn't look at him and say sorry. He was already like. So I was like, okay. So I get to Verizon Wireless to sell cell phones. And I'm sitting there at my desk, and I'm like, time just slowed down drastically. Like time was drastically slower because there's this basically this chemical called dimethyltryptamine, DMT. You know, you hear a lot of the kids nowadays taking it, but it's something totally natural that you can have, manifest, and be in your body every single day. No judgment here, I promise. But yeah, this DMT can be released by force. This DMT can be released through near-death experiences. And because my body was like, you know, whether it was from my soul or from my body, like having this agreement of, you need to live, you're not supposed to die here, I had time drastically slowed down. And when I got around this accident, I'm trying to, like, sitting there trying to sell cell phones. I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like, what am I doing? And I just wanting to help people, knowing like I'm on this planet, I want to help people. I was like, I guess I'll go into personal training. I like fitness. I like this. I want to help people. I want to be a therapist. I mean, a personal trainer. Well, any personal trainers out there? You know. It's like, your time is up. You got to go. And they're like, well, it was in 1982 that they said to me. Yeah. It's the cheapest therapist you can get, ladies and gentlemen. If you're looking for one, personal trainer. Find the right one. But anyways, I wanted to help people. I knew I wanted to help people. But, you know, how do I go from selling cell phones to helping people? But everything was shifted that day. Because, you know, and that's why you hear a lot of times when people talk about these near-death experiences, it was like everything changed that day. That was when they really woke up. That's when everything shifted, because they're having that dimethyltryptamine release in the body, and, you know, you can't really go back from that. 10 minutes. She's like, I'm just going to pull a Riona and ignore you. Love you, bro. Anyways, where was I? No, I'm just kidding, Alexis. I love you. DMT, thank you. So, you know, it wasn't until I like go through this drastic shift in 2008. That's when everything started shifting. And by the time 2009, I went to see the medium. I went to see Connie, all that good stuff. But, you know, it was after Connie when I'm talking to these, like, you know, floating spirits in my head, thinking somebody's going to put a straitjacket on me and lock me up, because there was no reference of that. Connie had passed away. My other little old white witch friend's shop closed up. Nobody to talk to. Like, who do you bounce ideas off of in 2009 on the East Coast? The answer is nobody. So if you guys are ever feeling alone, think you're a boy, because that was brutal. But anyways, I'm sitting there talking to my angelic aspect, meditating, sitting in the chair, Egyptian style. You know, this thing. You know, you got your lotus position. Think past the pain in your knees and joints. The pain. No, bro, how about I'm just comfortable in good posture and I just get the F out of my body? Like, what is this, like, move past the pain in your body? There's two types of meditators. You got your lotus position and you got your Egyptian style. I like to work. I mess with the statues. You know, the statues on the outside of the building that are 2 feet tall. That's what I mess with, okay? Once again, teach their own, not judging. Everybody's got their own process. But I'm talking to this angelic version of myself in my head. And I'm like, what is all this pain in my back? I was like, it hurts so bad. And she's like, you really want to know? And I'm like, of course. She's like, your wings are trying to release from your back, but you're not releasing your wings from your back because it sounds crazy, doesn't it? And I'm like, absolutely. And she's like, it's time to release your wings from your back. And I'm like, okay. Like, once again, it's like, well, why did you think you had wings, son? Well, there was a floating, lovely angel version of myself up to the left over here, and she told me that I had wings I needed to release from my back, and they're just like, okay? I was getting a lot of that. Freaking out my family, just being like, your lower back's hurting? They're like, yeah. It's because you're worrying about money. Stop worrying about money, it'll go away. Just breathe through the nose, out through the mouth. And I'm just like 5 minutes later, I'm like, it's gone, isn't it? And they're like, yeah. You know, they always thought you were crazy, you know, until they had to call you for help. Anyways, wings, releasing the wings, pain goes away. Swear to you guys, this is a true story. I'm sitting there at the bar, eating alone, eating my breakfast alone, like Starseeds do sometimes. I'm eating my food. I'm left-handed, but this is just my only open hand right now. I'm eating my food. Little kid comes in. You ever see that like 2-year-old to 3-year-old, and like they're so close to, they're so close to the original creator of their soul? I like that term, by the way. People say source, people say God. The original creator of my soul. How do I end up in the wrong place? That's my question. It's the universe. The universe is telling me to do this. So, we got to find the spells ourselves. The words are spells. We were taught how to spell. All my older people out there. Then we were taught to connect the letters of the spell to write in cursive to create the curse. This stuff is in plain sight. Grammar, grimoire, magical books. The words are spells. We're casting a spell with every word we say. So when you're speaking, make sure the words that you're speaking are going the direction of what you actually want. Not, I'm trying to do this. I mean, you could try for the next 17 lifetimes, bro. So stop saying you're trying and say what's actually taking place in this present moment right now. Every day I'm getting better and better at this. Every day this is healing more and more. Every day I'm activating my third eye. My third eye's turning on more and more. Whatever challenges I got to go through to open my third eye, whatever I'm afraid to see, I'm ready to see it. Okay? You guys are casting a spell with every word you're saying. So anyways, I got to leave these tidbits here for you guys. I got to just let you know. This is the stuff I figured out. So I'm sitting there at the bar. We get that magical 2-year-old, 3-year-old coming in. I swear you guys, I had goosebumps on my freaking eyelids. You know when that epic thing happens and you get them on your neck? Or you get them on your arms? Or your arms and your neck and your back? I had goosebumps on the bottom of my freaking feet. He points at me and goes, Auntie, how come that guy has wings? Who do I call? Who do I call? Hey, Father Ed at the church, little kid saw my wings. When's the last time you went to confession, my son? Anyways, so he saw my wings. He saw this energy coming out of my back. And, Auntie's like, yeah, okay. Like, when my imaginary friend is over there. Okay, that's a spirit. And then the child stops seeing it. The child stops having those flying dreams. You guys don't remember your flying dreams when you're 5, 6, 7 years old if you're not having them right now? You can have flying dreams tonight. You can have flying dreams tonight when you cast the spell saying, I'm going to go lucid. Every day, I'm getting closer and closer going lucid. Next time I'm dreaming is going to be the time that I realize that I'm dreaming. And ask yourself, your entire brain, the entire structure is always going to lie to you. Anytime I'm like in my dream, I'm just like, this is weird. I think this is a dream. Like someone always comes up and like, this isn't a dream. This is real. Stay here. Stay as long as you can. And I'm like, no, this is definitely a dream. And it's like, you want to talk a good talk that like, next time I dream, I want to call in this. I want to go here. I want to do that. But it's like the second you're lucid, you're like, fly. I talked a good talk for years. It took me about 3 years to finally not fly because I wanted to see what would happen when I meditated in dream time. I wanted to go lucid. So I sat down in a chair in dream time. And the second I went to close my eyelids, which this is a great way to realize you're dreaming, try to close your eyelids. They're not there. So the second I tried to make everything go dark so I could meditate, still in full color, everything just went boom. Like I literally saw everything twist and bam. And then I'm in the next segment of dream time. Didn't remember I was lucid. And I woke up and I was like, oh man, that was a waste. I could have flew, But at least I knew. But like these are the questions. This is the stuff you can figure out. These are these miracles. You guys can research. I use dreammoods.com. No, they don't give me $1 every time I say that. I use dreammoods.com. I used to use the 10,000 Dreams Interpreted book. What I suggest the most is you to just work on your own symbology. I already covered Dead Seagull for you. Okay? But when you work on your own symbology, what something represents, then you can work on your own symbology in physical reality. Just like when I was telling you about the robin, and I was like, that's Connie. Now you're working on ways that spirit can communicate with you in the physical as you're awake. Because what really is the difference? That whatever time, if you ever have gone lucid, anybody in here, that you like realized you were dreaming, it still seemed like it was still you. Like there's really no difference. So what if I'm not even here right now? What if this is a dream? I'm about to wake up, and I'm like, I just had the worst dream. I was at Sedona Cosmic Awakening, and what I was talking about. Like, we really don't know. So when we use this symbology, when we use these references, we're giving spirit a way to communicate with us. You know how many times I see somebody and they're like, bro, can you help me out with them? Like, they can't see. I keep telling them the same thing over and over again. They're just spinning their wheels. And they, it's like the same message is coming through, but the person's not listening. When you find your own compass, when you find your own way to communicate with spirit, I'm going to do numerology on the first out-of-state license plate that I see every day. I'm going to do, whatever animals I see, I'm going to look them up in a dream book. When I see an animal, when I see something strange happening, I'm going to be looking up what it means as if I was dreaming to just, because once spirit knows, once God knows, the original creator of your soul, source, universe, whatever your vernacular may be, once they're like, okay, this is what he or she is looking for, now we have a way to communicate. Now we have a way to see the miracles. Because I promise you guys, I've seen so many things that are mathematically impossible. Mathematically impossible. Like, just like I was telling you, my best friend being on the bed, like, I'm actually manifesting wings. A little kid sees them. Like, this is like winning the lottery like 15 times in a row odds. And when you actually are looking for the miracles, when you're ready to see the miracles, when you know this entire existence is a miracle, and heaven, purgatory, and hell is right here. It's our state of mind. It's what we're creating now. Instead of just, one day I'm going to get to 5D. I'm waiting for the ships to show up in the sky. You guys are through 5. You guys are lit. We made it. We made it. We have more work to do, but we're there. If we keep saying we're going to get there, we're always going to be gonna get there. I'm going to drop the mic. But for real, guys, I just freaking love you. Just pay attention, whatever the heck the thing is you're manifesting, whatever it is. If it's health, if it's some pain in the hip, or whatever the heck it is, tell yourself it's getting better every day. Whatever the situation is, whether it's love, abundance, it's your belief structure which is going to call it in, or it's going to push it away. So that's it. Remember the spell.